Chapter 804. A large amount of fine lightning bolts fell from the sky and were absorbed by Yixing. The lightning power contained in the third wave of tribulation lightning was of a much higher quality than the previous two waves. Absorbing it into his body had a much better effect on tempering his fleshly body. After easily passing the third wave of tribulation lightning, Yixing's expression didn't show any joy. Instead, it was somewhat serious. According to convention, the tribulation lightning for venerables was 4 waves, the tribulation for kings was 6 waves, and the tribulation for quasi-gods was 9 waves. However, Yixing's lightning tribulation was different from ordinary lightning tribulations. It was a 5-fold tribulation, one more than an ordinary lightning tribulation. Now, Yixing's tribulation for kings had a very high starting point. Its power was equivalent to that of a 3-star king. Just the third wave of tribulation lightning was already at the level of a 4-star king. If the rest of the tribulation lightning followed this pattern, the 4th wave of tribulation lightning would have the power of a peak 4-star king. The 5th wave would have the power of a peak 5-star king. The 6th wave would have the power of a peak 5-star king. Peak 5-star king was much stronger than Pangzhan. Even Yixing felt a lot of pressure when breaking through to king. Furthermore, what made Yixing feel even more pressured was whether his tribulation of the king realm would be the same as the tribulation of the martial highness realm. If it was, then he would have to face the 7th wave of tribulation lightning. The 7th wave of tribulation lightning was truly terrifying. If it was one level higher than the 6th wave, wouldn't it be at the level of a 6-star king? This was what Yixing was most worried about. Rumble. Before Yixing could think any further, the sound of thunder came from the sky. The 4th wave of tribulation lightning had already struck down. As Yixing had expected, the 4th wave of tribulation lightning was already at the level of a peak 4-star king. This was a special tribulation lightning that targeted him. If an ordinary martial artist encountered such a lightning tribulation while breaking through to king, only death would await them. The greater the pressure, the more it aroused Yixing's desire to resist. Facing the tribulation lightning in the sky, Yixing seemed to have a ball of fire burning in his heart. Kill! Yixing roared as he circulated his astral energy to the limit. Darkness, wind, and fire, the 3 grand Daos of heaven and earth circulated as he leaped into the sky, facing the tribulation lightning. Yixing's speed wasn't slow, but the speed at which the lightning struck was countless times faster than his. When Yixing was less than 100 meters above the ground, he collided with the 4th tribulation lightning. Yixing's flaming bow shadow exploded the nearly 10-mile-long tribulation thunder. Yixing was also struck to the ground by the terrifying power contained in the tribulation thunder. Fortunately, this was a dimensional space. Otherwise, the impact of Yixing's landing would have caused a large area to collapse. This time, the tribulation lightning did not scatter very thin. The electric current paths formed were as thick as a finger. The short ones were a few meters, while the long ones were more than 10 meters. When these electric currents fell on Yixing's body, they were also absorbed by his flesh and blood. However, when the electric currents entered his body, Yixing felt as if he was being electrocuted. The power of thunder contained life, but it also contained destruction. Although Yixing's physique was powerful, the electric energy absorbed by his body was too strong. He still felt pain, which meant that his body was injured. If the 4th tribulation lightning was already like this, then it could be foreseen that the next few tribulation lightning would be even more difficult to bear. The pain quickly disappeared. Although Yixing had yet to establish an imperial body, his body had absorbed the energy of a true divinity's blood essence. His life force was surging, and even a small injury was automatically healed in a breath of time. The stronger the power of thunder, although it would cause damage to the body, it also meant that the effect of tempering his flesh and bones would be better. Yixing could feel that the strengthening of his physique had significantly increased. Rumble, the 5th tribulation lightning struck down. Resplendent electric light instantly illuminated the entire dimensional void. A thunder dragon that was as thick as a bucket and dozens of miles long rushed out from the tribulation clouds, instantly smashing down. The 1st and 2nd tribulation lightning was a thunder snake. The third and fourth tribulation lightning was a thunder flood dragon. The fifth tribulation lightning had evolved into a thunder dragon, and its power had risen to another level. As Yi Xing expected, the fifth tribulation lightning's power had reached the level of a 5-star king. Whoosh! A beam of starlight shot out from between Yi Xing's eyebrows. Yi Xing instantly used the Sagittarius constellation astrological avatar, his strength erupting to the max. The black hole astrological avatar was unable to enhance Yi Xing's combat strength, it only had a supporting role. When he fought with other martial artists, it was very effective. But facing the attack of the Thunder Tribulation, it was useless. The black hole astrological avatar formed a dark world that simply couldn't affect the Thunder Tribulation. This was because the attacks of the Thunder Tribulation were formed by the rules of the world. Towards Yi Xing, it wasn't something that could be seen with the naked eye. Rather, it was a lock on the level of the Tao. There was simply no way to avoid it, he could only rely on his formidable strength to directly resist it. The Sagittarius constellation astrological avatar was truly worthy of being called the highest astrological avatar. As the power of the stars fell down, Yi Xing's power rose. In the blink of an eye, the crimson flame bow shot out an arrow. Just as the arrow left the bow, it collided with the thunder dragon that was falling from the skies. Bang! With a loud explosion, the arrow pierced through the thunder dragon like starlight. After passing through the thunder dragon, it shot another 10 miles into the sky before its power was exhausted and it vanished without a trace. The thunder dragon that contained the wild power of thunder was pierced through by the arrow. It exploded inch by inch, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into arcs of electricity that drifted down like a rain of lightning. Many of these arcs of lightning fell onto Yi Xing's body. They were absorbed by his flesh and blood, causing him to feel an intense stabbing pain. The power of these arcs of lightning was much more destructive to his body than the fourth stage of tribulation lightning. After a full 5 breaths of time, the stabbing pain finally disappeared. The surging life force in his flesh and blood healed the damage. This was only the 5th stage of tribulation lightning. There was still the even stronger 6th stage, and the even more terrifying 7th stage. Yi Xing's expression was solemn and firm. He looked at the tribulation clouds in the sky with vigilance. The attacks of the tribulation lightning would become stronger and faster as it went on. It was already difficult to judge the attacks of the tribulation lightning just by the sound. One had to look at it with their eyes to be able to react immediately. Not long after, the 6th stage of tribulation lightning descended. Another 10-mile-long thunder dragon rushed out from the tribulation clouds. Now, the lightning instantly lit up the entire sky. This thunder dragon was even stronger than the 5th stage of tribulation lightning. Its power was even more terrifying, reaching the level of a peak 5-star king. Yi Xing was already prepared. The moment the thunder dragon appeared, he had already locked onto it. He had already pulled back the crimson flame bow, and a black flame arrow shot out. This was Yi Xing's most powerful arrow. The black flame arrow instantly soared into the sky and collided with the thunder dragon. Bang! The two forces collided and instantly exploded. Resplendent electric light bloomed and shot out in all directions. The power of this arrow was too terrifying. More than half of the thunder dragon was instantly blown apart. However, the 6th stage of tribulation lightning was also extremely powerful. Before the black flame arrow could completely penetrate it, its power was exhausted. The thunder dragon that was still several miles long continued to fall. Chapter 805. If this lightning dragon was a true living being, then even if it had an immortal body, it would have lost its ability to fight after half of its body was blown apart. Unfortunately, this lightning dragon was only condensed from the power of lightning. It wasn't alive. Even if it was blown into strands of electricity, it still contained the power of lightning. It was just that the power was scattered. The lightning dragon's lower half wasn't destroyed by the arrow. Its power was still as one, and its attack power was still terrifying. It was only a small part of the lightning dragon's body, but the power it contained was not inferior to the 5th stage of the lightning tribulation. Fortunately, Yi Xing didn't stop after shooting the arrow. Instead, he had a backup plan. With a slash of the crimson flame bow, he immediately drew out a huge black vortex. The lightning dragon's lower half instantly charged into the black vortex. The lightning as thick as a water bucket was cut into pieces by the sharp power of the black vortex. The black vortex also started to collapse due to the power of the lightning. In the end, the black vortex exploded with a boom. About 90% of the lightning dragon's body had been cut into pieces by the black vortex. However, the remaining 10%, which was still hundreds of meters long, blasted onto Yixing's body. Even though the several hundred meters of lightning was only 1/10 of the lightning dragon's size and 1/30th of the entire lightning dragon's size, it was still a colossus for Yixing's body. In an instant, Yixing's figure disappeared. Only the resplendent electric current covered the entire ground, covering hundreds of meters. After a breath's time, the dazzling white electric light disappeared. All the electric current dissipated into the void. Only Yixing's body was left on the ground. The crimson flame bow had already fallen to the side. Yixing was already on the ground. Electric light swam all over his body, and his body was twitching. At this moment, Yixing finally understood what pain was. Every inch of his body, every inch of his flesh, every inch of his tendons and bones felt like they were being torn apart. The pain caused his mind to go blank, and his mental power felt like it was being pierced by needles. After 10 breaths, the electric light swam around Yixing's body disappeared. Although the pain in his body wasn't light, it was much better. He finally regained control of his body. Yixing spat out a big mouthful of blood. The blood he spat out was black and had a burnt smell. After spitting out the blood, Yixing felt his body relax a lot, and the pain was quickly alleviating. Although the pain he had just endured was intense, the benefits he obtained were equally rich. His entire body had been tempered by the power of thunder. Yixing's physique had almost become 10 times stronger. The injuries in his body were recovering at an extremely fast speed. It could be seen that his vitality was surging. In less than 10 breaths of time, Yixing's sense of pain had completely disappeared. Instead, he felt that his body was filled with comfort and strength. Judging from the pain he felt a moment ago, Yixing's injuries were definitely not light. Yet, he was able to recover so quickly. His healing ability was even faster than a mid-grade imperial body, almost at the level of a high-grade imperial body. Yixing, to the sky. He saw that the tribulation clouds in the sky had not dissipated. Instead, they were gathering more and more intensely. More and more thunder condensed in the rolling black clouds, as if they were brewing the next wave of terrifying attacks. Yixing's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that he was about to face the attack of the 7th level of thunder tribulation. Regarding the 7th level of thunder tribulation, Yixing was both looking forward to it and also a little afraid. The 6th level of thunder tribulation had an obvious effect on strengthening his flesh and blood. Now that he had reached the level of a high-grade imperial body, the 7th level of thunder tribulation was even more terrifying than the 6th. If he successfully crossed it, Yixing was sure that he would be able to build a legendary top-grade imperial body. Therefore, Yixing was looking forward to it. However, Yixing had already experienced the power of the 6th level of thunder tribulation. It had struck him so hard that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. The power of the 7th level of thunder tribulation, according to Yixing's estimation, would reach the level of a 6-star king. Yixing was worried about whether he could withstand it. If he couldn't survive and was directly struck to death by the tribulation thunder, everything would be over. Therefore, he was also a little afraid. Yixing took a deep breath and stabilized his mind. Whether he was looking forward to it or afraid of it, the 7th level of thunder tribulation was about to arrive. The only thing he could do now was to abandon all thoughts and prepare himself with all his heart and soul, so that he could face the attack of the 7th level of thunder tribulation in his best state. If he died, there would be nothing left. Only by living would he have a future and be able to think about other things. Therefore, in order to survive, Yixing had to abandon all other thoughts and focus on dealing with the upcoming terrifying attack. Above, the tribulation clouds surged, becoming more and more intense. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down from the tribulation clouds. The 7th level of thunder tribulation had arrived. Yixing saw that this bolt of lightning was not a thunder snake, nor was it a thunder flood dragon, but a thunder arrow that was dozens of miles long. As this thunder arrow shot out from the tribulation clouds, one could vaguely see the endless power of thunder condensing into a bow of thunder. Yixing was an archery martial artist. His strongest astrological sign was the Sagittarius constellation. This level of thunder tribulation was clearly aimed at Yixing. That thunder arrow was incomparably resplendent and contained an extremely violent power. With extreme speed, it flashed down. If Yixing's mind was not stable, facing the 7th level of thunder tribulation, he would definitely be shocked and unable to react in time. However, at this moment, Yixing was fully focused on dealing with this attack. Any changes that occurred in the 7th level of thunder tribulation did not affect his mind at all. The moment the thunder arrow appeared, Yixing also shot out the black flame arrow that he had long prepared. Then, the power of the astral stars, astrological signs, and the momentum of heaven and earth were all pushed to the limit. The crimson flame bow drew a huge dark vortex in the sky. This was already his limit. Previously, he had not been able to block the 6th level of thunder tribulation. Now, he naturally could not block the 7th level of thunder tribulation. However, this was all he could do. The rest would depend on his body to withstand this terrifying attack, persevere, and survive. Although the black flame arrow that Yixing shot out was terrifying, it was clearly not on the same level as the thunder arrow. When the two arrows collided, the black flame arrow instantly turned to ashes, but the thunder arrow only lost less than 30% of its power. The thunder arrow continued to shoot down. The dark vortex also exploded in an instant, but it only dissipated about 10% of the thunder arrow. The thunder arrow still carried about 60% of its power. It shot into Yixing's body. Resplendent lightning exploded, instantly submerging the ground for hundreds of meters. After a breath, the lightning disappeared. Yixing's body was revealed. He was still in a standing position. But in the next moment, his body fell to the sides. He was actually split in two by the thunder arrow. This time, what Yixing felt was not only severe pain in his body, but also the pain of his soul being torn apart, as well as the great horror of death. Yixing's consciousness went blank as he fell into the dark abyss. However, his flesh and blood were squirming. One side of his body was drying up and blood was flowing out, while the other side of his body was surging with vitality. Blood gathered, and flesh and blood were reborn. In just a dozen breaths, the dry half of his body turned into a mummy, while the other half of his body grew new flesh and blood. Yixing's consciousness broke free from the dark abyss and returned to his body. Immortal body, best grade imperial body, I survived and built a best grade imperial body. The moment his consciousness recovered, Yixing was overjoyed. Chapter 809. When Gu Ming mentioned Xuezi, the others felt the same way. Zhang Yuanshan said, "Unfortunately, we don't know where senior brother Shui is now." Hu Yanlong said, "Senior brother Shui is no longer here." Hu Yanlong's words were like a clap of thunder, shocking everyone. Yixing was also shocked. When Yixing killed Xuezi, there was no one nearby. He thought that no one would know about it. He didn't expect Hu Yanlong to know that Xuezi was dead. Yixing immediately calmed down. Hu Yanlong might know that Xuezi was no longer here, or he might have other ways to sense it. He might not know that Yixing was the one who killed Xuezi. Gu Ming admired Xuezi very much. When he heard Hu Yanlong's words, he immediately became excited. Gu Ming said, "You're talking nonsense. Senior brother Shui is strong. It's not an exaggeration to say that he's the strongest in the outer sect. How can he be no longer here?" Zhang Yuanshan and the others nodded, agreeing with Gu Ming's words. They still thought that Xuezi could deal with Pang Zhan. In their hearts, Pang Zhan couldn't kill Xuezi. Naturally, they didn't believe that Xuezi was dead. Hu Yanlong said, "Senior brother Shui is indeed no longer here. I saw it with my own eyes. The disciple of the 10th peak, Yixing, killed him. Gu Ming exclaimed, how is that possible? Zhang Yuanshan didn't believe it either. He laughed, the disciple of the 10th peak, Yixing? The 9th star venerable lord from a mid-level continent? Ha! He might be able to show off in the 10th peak where trash gather. However, how can he kill senior brother Shui? The two of them, one is the sky and the other is the earth. There's a world of difference. Yixing was also surprised. He didn't expect Hu Yanlong to see him killing Shui Zi. Didn't that mean that Hu Yanlong saw him possessing the Sagittarius constellation? Yixing suddenly had a murderous intent. He was not particularly concerned about the fact that he had killed Shui Zi being exposed. After leaving the Heavenly Bow continent, he did not intend to return to the Dark Star continent. Instead, he intended to return to the Star continent. When he returned to the Dark Star continent in the future, he would already have the strength of a quasi-god. With his aptitude, he should be able to gain the appreciation of the upper echelons of the deity's Templar. Moreover, the reason why he killed Shui Zi was because Shui Zi wanted to kill him. At that time, the deity's Templar would not give up on a genius because of this. However, his possession of the Sagittarius constellation astrology was a secret in the Dark Star Divine Palace. Other than Feng Xiaoxiao, no one else knew about it. His intuition told him that it would not be a good thing to expose his supreme astrology. Towards the killing intent towards Hu Yanlong, the majority of it originated from the fact that she knew the secret of him possessing the Sagittarius constellation. Unfortunately, the distance between him and Hu Yanlong was countless tens of thousands of miles. Even if he wanted to kill him, there was nothing he could do. Hu Yanlong was not surprised by the reactions of Gu Ming, Zhang Yuanshan, and the others. Hu Yanlong said, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it either. As she spoke, Hu Yanlong opened her martial path heavenly eye. Her martial path heavenly eye was different from others. Whether it was her eyeballs or other parts of her eyes, they were all pitch black. Clearly, she had cultivated an eye technique. Hu Yanlong continued, my dark eye can see up to a distance of 10,000 miles. That day, I knew that senior brother Shui was going to find Yixing, so I used my eye technique to observe from afar. I didn't expect that Yixing had concealed himself so deeply. He had an extremely powerful trump card that allowed him to kill senior brother Shui. Hu Yanlong did not reveal that Yixing possessed the Sagittarius constellation astrology. She only said that Yixing had an extremely powerful trump card. However, Yixing knew that since Hu Yanlong had seen it with her own eyes, it was impossible for her not to recognize the Sagittarius constellation astrology. The more she did not reveal it to others, the more certain Yixing was that the exposure of his Sagittarius constellation astrology was definitely not a small matter. Seeing Hu Yanlong use her eye technique, Yixing understood in his heart that when he was fighting Shui Zi, he had felt someone watching him. So it was Hu Yanlong. However, something had happened in the sky at that time, diverting Yixing's attention. It made Yixing think that the feeling of being watched came from the change in the sky. Therefore, Yixing did not investigate further. Although Gu Ming, Zhang Yuanshan, and the others still found it hard to believe that Yixing could kill Shui Zi, they still somewhat believed it when they saw Hu Yanlong's eye technique. Gu Ming still had doubts in his heart. He said, Yixing is only a 9th star venerable lord. How could he be so powerful that he could kill senior brother Shui? Furthermore, the first peak search area is in the southern region, while the third peak search area is in the eastern region. The two places are very far apart. Why would senior brother Shui run to the eastern region to find Yixing? Hu Yanlong smiled coldly and said, they had some conflict at Enlightenment Peak. Furthermore, why would senior brother Shui need to explain to you why he was looking for Yixing? Hearing Hu Yanlong's words, everyone understood in their hearts. So, Shui Zi went to find trouble with Yixing. He even wanted to take Yixing's life. However, he was killed by Yixing in the end. Seeing the change in everyone's expression, Hu Yanlong said, no matter what, Yixing killed senior brother Shui. When we leave the Heavenly Bow continent, I will definitely report this to the Shui clan's old ancestor and reveal all his secrets. He will die without a burial place. In the Heavenly Bao Palace, Yixing's expression turned cold. The killing intent in his heart grew even stronger. Pucci, Eagle Rail appeared and flew in front of Yixing. He said, "Not bad, not bad. You only used 8 days to cultivate the Divine Eye technique. It's faster than I expected." Hearing Eagle Rail's voice, Yixing retracted his gaze. Closing his Divine Eye technique, he opened his eyes. Yixing said, "It was all thanks to Senior Luo Tiangong's blood essence that I was able to cultivate it." Eagle Rail said, "Since you have cultivated the Divine Eye technique, I can give you the third gift." As he said that, Eagle Rail flapped his wings, and 3 silver arrows appeared in front of Yixing. Yixing said, "3 arrows? What are their effects?" Ever since he could condense astral arrows, Yixing had not used metal arrows. Firstly, metal arrows were troublesome to make, and their lifespan was not long. Although their power was stronger than astral arrows, there was no qualitative difference. In terms of convenience, they were far from astral arrows. As such, metal arrows were naturally eliminated. However, if there were metal arrows of black grade and above, then it would definitely have a special effect. If it were just ordinary metal arrows, there was no need to forge them. Eagle Track said, "These 3 arrows are just ordinary dark-level metal arrows, but my master has infused them with the power of his void-shattering archery, which allows them to travel through the void. With the help of the void-shattering God Eye, the arrows will be able to shoot wherever the eyes lock onto." Yixing's eyes widened. He said, "Wherever the Divine Eye technique's gaze is locked on, the arrows can be shot there? This is too heaven-defying. Moreover, archery can be cultivated to the void-shattering realm?" According to Yixing's knowledge, the realms of archery were transformation, following the heart, binding space, and soul lock. He was currently at the embryonic form of binding space, and soul lock could only be achieved by archers of the quasi-god level. Once an arrow was shot, it would lock on to the soul. Even if a quasi-god had an immortal body, he would be killed by an arrow of soul lock. As for the realms above soul lock, Yixing was not sure. Chapter 8:10. Ingui said, "There are 6 realms in archery: transformation, following the heart, binding space, soul locking, void shattering, and realm crossing. However, the 6th realm, realm crossing, is only a legend. It is said that when one reaches the realm crossing, the arrow can penetrate the realm barrier and shoot out beyond a realm. Once the arrow is shot out, it can cross a realm and kill a soul. I'm afraid that only the legendary supreme being of the Tao of archery would have such means. As far as I know, even the most powerful true god of archery could only reach the shattering void tier. My master is invincible among true gods, but he has only reached the peak of the void-shattering realm. Once he shoots an arrow, it can penetrate multiple spaces. Within a realm, no one can block it. However, no matter how strong an arrow of the void-shattering realm is, it can only sweep across a realm. It cannot penetrate the realm barrier." Yixing looked at the 3 silver arrows in front of him and said, "These 3 arrows can also penetrate multiple spaces?" Yixing thought to himself, if these 3 arrows could penetrate multiple spaces, wouldn't they be able to shoot to the star continent? Ingui shook his head and said, "If my master used it, it would be easy for him to go through multiple spaces, but you can't. That arrow only contains a little bit of my master's void-shattering power. Without my master's archery power, it can only travel through one space. Plus, even if that power could go through space, your void-shattering godly eyes has not reached the 2nd level. You can't see the other space, and your arrow will not be able to reach there." Yixing nodded. The void-piercing arrow wasn't shot out aimlessly. Instead, the void-piercing arrow's target would be where the void-piercing arrow was aimed at. If one couldn't even see the target with their eyes, then naturally, the arrow wouldn't be able to reach it. Yixing suddenly had an idea. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he said, "The arrow can penetrate through the void within the same space. In other words, it can reach any corner of the heavenly Bao continent." Let me try. As soon as he finished speaking, Yixing took out the crimson flame bow and knocked the void-shattering arrow. Yixing used the god's void-shattering eye, and his gaze penetrated forward. Soon, he found Huyan Long, Gu Ming, and the others. Yixing's gaze locked onto Huyan Long. The void-piercing arrow also shone brightly and locked onto Huyan Long, who was talking to Gu Ming, Zhang Yuanshan, and the others to testify that Yixing had killed Shuizi, suddenly had a change in expression. As a genius amongst the peak 3-star kings, Huyan Long's reaction was extremely quick. The moment the void-piercing arrow locked onto her, she felt a piercing aura, and a sense of crisis arose in her heart. Huyan Long immediately revolved his astral defense. At the same time, he took out a high-grade Xian weapon and vigilantly surveyed his surroundings. Huyan Long immediately circulated his dark gloomy eye. Soon, he determined the direction of the danger and searched carefully. However, to her disappointment, she didn't find anything even after carefully searching for several hundred kilometers ahead. However, that penetrating aura had always been there, and she could always faintly sense it. What was going on? Huyan Long could not understand. In the Heavenly Bao continent, only 4-star kings and below were allowed to enter. Even if someone wanted to stab someone in the back, shouldn't there be some distance between them? How far could a low-level king shoot? In order to make it difficult for the opponent to dodge, the distance had to be within 100 kilometers. However, if one were to shoot an arrow from the back, 200 kilometers would be the limit. If the distance was too far, the arrow would stay in the air for too long, and the target would have enough time to dodge. However, Huyan Long had observed more than 400 kilometers. Not to mention the lethality, just the range alone was difficult for low-level kings to reach. Being able to shoot out 300 kilometers was already the limit. Huyan Long saw that there was nothing within 400 kilometers, and naturally found it strange. She could only use her dark gloomy eye to continue searching further. Huyan Long was the only one who had sensed that penetrating aura. The other 4 were not locked onto by the void-piercing arrow, and their lives were not in danger. Naturally, they didn't sense anything. Seeing Huyan Long suddenly acting as if she was facing a great enemy, they were all surprised and also raised their guard. Huyan Long was getting more and more surprised. She had searched more than 1,000 kilometers in the direction of the danger, but she didn't find anything. Her dark gloomy eye could see more than 100,000 kilometers. Searching 1,000 kilometers only took a breath's time. With the eyesight of her dark gloomy eye, if someone shot an arrow from the back and the other party could see her, she would definitely be able to see the other party. Could it be that I sensed wrongly? Huyan Long thought to herself. If someone were to say that someone was ambushing her from more than 1,000 kilometers away, she wouldn't believe it. Even a high-level king couldn't shoot an arrow from 1,000 kilometers away. Only a quasi-god archer expert could do that. Huyan Long repeatedly searched the area within 1,000 kilometers several times. She even gave a cursory glance beyond 1,000 kilometers, but she still found nothing. Finally, she relaxed her mind. In her opinion, she was being overly suspicious. Just as Huyan Long relaxed her mind, the void in front of her suddenly rippled like a stone thrown into a calm water surface. With a certain point as the center, ripples spread out in all directions. A silver arrow pierced through that point and shot toward Huyan Long. Huyan Long was still maintaining her dark gloomy eye. Her eyesight was extremely strong, and she could see the arrow very clearly. However, she didn't have time to dodge. The arrow appeared less than 100 meters away from her. It had suddenly shot out from the void, and she simply couldn't react in time. Under the gaze of her dark gloomy eye, the arrow drew a clear trajectory in the void and became larger and larger. Ah! Huyan Long suddenly let out a miserable scream. Before she could close her dark gloomy eye, the silver arrow pierced through her protective astral shield and shot into her dark gloomy eye. The silver arrow's penetrating power was extremely terrifying. In an instant, it shot through the dark gloomy eye and out the back of Huyan Long's head, forming a thumb-sized bloody hole. Huyan Long's miserable scream was short and shrill. At the same time, the silver arrow brought out an arrow of blood, and her body fell backward. The power contained in the arrow instantly destroyed the vitality in her head. Although she had built a mid-grade imperial body and had strong vitality, she would die instantly if her brain was destroyed. Even if she had a high-grade imperial body, the damage to her brain was very serious. The vitality of a mid-grade imperial body couldn't save her at all. After the silver arrow pierced through Hu Yanlong's head, it shot forward for more than 100 kilometers, piercing through countless trees and finally shooting into a mountain peak. Senior Sister Huyan, Gu Ming, Zhang Yuanshan, and the others were all horrified. They never thought that an arrow would suddenly shoot out from the void and take Hu Yanlong's life. In the first moment, they had already fallen to the ground, afraid that another arrow would shoot out from the void. Yi Xing retracted his gaze and closed his void-breaking god eye. Hu Yanlong was dead, and she would only take his secret to the Yellow Springs Road. Chapter 8:12. Outer Palace. The sound of the door opening rang in the ears of every martial artist. The gazes of all the cultivators turned to look at that big door in unison. This was a very large stone door. It was 30 feet tall and 20 feet wide. Previously, the disciples of the Radiance Temple and the Star River Temple had tried to open the stone door, but none of them succeeded. This was a stone door that could only be opened from the inside. The Heavenly Bao Hall was originally buried deep underground, and had only recently appeared on the surface. Then, these martial artists came to the Heavenly Bao Hall, broke the restriction outside the hall, and came to the outer palace. At this moment, a stone door that led to the inner palace was suddenly pushed open. All the martial artists were shocked, and a chill ran down their spines. Only Pang Zhan reacted after a shock. He remembered that Yi Xing had disappeared outside the Heavenly Bao Hall. At that time, Pang Zhan thought that Yi Xing had entered the Heavenly Bao Hall. However, when Pang Zhan entered the Heavenly Bao Hall, he did not see Yi Xing's figure. At this moment, the stone door leading to the inner palace was suddenly opened. If nothing strange had happened, the only person Pang Zhan could think of was Yi Xing. The stone door was not completely pushed open. When it was wide enough for one person to pass through, Yi Xing walked out from inside. It was indeed Yi Xing. Pang Zhan's pupils shrank. His gaze locked onto Yi Xing, and the killing intent in his heart exploded instantly. Yi Xing's killing intent towards Pang Zhan was very strong, and he wanted to kill him. Pang Zhan was the same. He wanted to kill Yi Xing outside the Heavenly Bao Hall, but he failed. Instead, he lost the lives of 3 of his junior brothers. His killing intent towards Yi Xing was very strong. Later, the disciples of the Radiance Temple had attacked the disciples of the Dark Star Temple. Because of this, Pang Zhan could not find Yi Xing, and could only vent his anger on the other disciples of the Dark Star Temple. Yi Xing's appearance elicited different reactions from the crowd. The disciples of the Star River Divine Palace and the majority of the Radiance Divine Palace's disciples didn't recognize Yi Xing. They looked at Yi Xing in shock. Pang Zhan, Wukong Qing, and the other disciples of the Brilliance Divine Hall who knew Yi Xing looked solemn and murderous. When the disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace saw Yi Xing, they were delighted at first, but their hearts soon cooled down. They did not think that Yi Xing could save them. Even the disciples of the 10th Summit were no exception. That was because Pang Zhan was too powerful. Zhua Fifan, the number 1 disciple of the 7th Summit, was so powerful that he was almost invincible among the 4-star kings. However, he was still severely injured after taking only 1 strike from Pang Zhan. Yi Xing. Pang Zhan stared at Yi Xing and was the first to speak. I knew that you must be in the Heavenly Bao Palace. You really showed up. Let's see where you can run to in the Heavenly Bao Palace. Yi Xing had broken through to the King Realm and built an extreme-grade imperial body. The extreme-grade imperial body had returned to its original state and concealed Yi Xing's King Realm aura. None of the martial artists present could tell that Yi Xing was already a King Realm expert. Of course, those who did not know that Yi Xing was a 9th star Venerable Lord could not tell what cultivation level Yi Xing was at. However, those who knew that Yi Xing was a 9th-star Venerable Lord assumed that Yi Xing was still a 9th-star Venerable Lord. Previously, in the battle between Pang Zhan and Yi Xing had used the Black Hole Astrology and the Sagittarius Astrology. Even after using all his trump cards, he still could not defeat Pang Zhan. There was a huge gap between their strength. Moreover, Pang Zhan thought that the reason why he could not kill Yi Xing was that Yi Xing's astrology was too strange. Secondly, Yi Xing had enough space. Now, although the Heavenly Bao Palace was big, it was only a few hundred feet in radius. For Pang Zhan's strength, a few hundred feet was no different from being in a square meter. Even if Yi Xing used the Black Hole Astrology to create a dark world, Pang Zhan was confident that he could kill Yi Xing. Yi Xing glanced at Gao Jian, Zhuo Fifan, and the others who were lying on the ground. Flames of anger burned in his eyes. Yi Xing said, "Run. I came to kill you. Why should I run?" As he spoke, Yi Xing's aura burst out. The surging power was like an invisible mountain, making all the martial artists feel heavy. Whoosh! A beam of starlight soared into the sky. Yi Xing used the fire astrology. Flames of nothingness burned, and the aura of the entire Heavenly Bao Palace became scorching hot. Yi Xing's cultivation aura burst out. Only then did Pang Zhan discover that Yi Xing's cultivation had changed. He was actually a king. Astral reaching Venerable breaking through to Astral Sea King was a breakthrough of a major realm, and the increase in strength was huge. Pang Zhan's expression immediately turned serious. When Yi Xing was a 9th-star Venerable Lord, although there was still a big gap between them, with the Sagittarius Astrology and Black Hole Astrology, the two could be said to be evenly matched. Now, Yi Xing had become a king, and his strength had increased greatly. Pang Zhan was naturally apprehensive. Whoosh! Whoosh! Pang Zhan acted as if he was facing a great enemy, and used two astrology at the same time. One was the extreme Earth astrology, and the other was the saint-level Sky Blade astrology. Both of their auras were extremely terrifying. They were equivalent to 5-star kings. In the void, the saber intent and the arrow intent collided. Sharp auras cut through the void, and penetrating auras pierced through the void. The faces of the martial artists in the palace changed drastically, and they hurriedly retreated to two sides. Pang Zhan's strength was well known. Even in the Star River Palace, there was a 5-star king genius, but he was not Pang Zhan's opponent. Pang Zhan's strength was at least a mid-5-star king. As for this Yi Xing, who had suddenly appeared, was actually able to contend against Pang Zhan, and forced him to use two astrology right from the start. The martial artists who didn't know Yi Xing were incomparably shocked. They thought to themselves, how could there be such a powerful character in the Dark Star Palace? I've never even heard of him. Yi Xing didn't use the Sagittarius astrology or Black Hole astrology. Pang Zhan was overjoyed. His apprehension of Yi Xing came mainly from those two astrology. Die for me. Pang Zhan's aura accumulated to the peak in the blink of an eye, and his strength exploded to the limit. He executed the death blade slash and slashed towards Yi Xing. The distance between the two was only a few hundred feet. To Pang Zhan, this distance was as close as an eye. Yi Xing definitely wouldn't be able to dodge this slash. Thinking of this, Pang Zhan sneered in his heart. If they were in a vast space, and Yi Xing used the two astrology, he might not be Yi Xing's opponent. However, in the Heavenly Bao Palace, Yi Xing didn't use those two astrology, and he would definitely die under his blade. Facing Pang Zhan's slash, Yi Xing's expression was normal. He didn't even take half a step back, and he didn't even try to dodge. Whoosh! Instead, he faced Pang Zhan's slash and moved his astral force to the limit. The three heavenly forces circulated, and the dark, wind, and fire yuan qi gathered at the tip of his finger. They merged with the astral force and astrology to form an arrow. The arrow was aimed at Pang Zhan's head. Pang Zhan sneered. At such a short distance, he made the first move, and Yi Xing made the second move. This slash was going to split Yi Xing in half and kill him instantly. Once Yi Xing died, the arrow attack would naturally disappear, and he wouldn't need to be distracted. In Pang Zhan's opinion, if he was distracted, he would fall into Yi Xing's trap of fighting with his life on the line. At such a short distance, the two of them attacked in less than a tenth of a blink of an eye, and the result was already decided. Pang Zhan's slash was indeed terrifying. Yi Xing's protective astral force couldn't block it at all, and even his protective inner armor was split open. Yi Xing's head was split in half. The treasured saber continued downward, cutting through Yi Xing's chest and reaching near his stomach. Only then did it stop because of his protective inner armor. His head and upper body were split in half. If a king received such an injury, he would definitely die instantly. However, Yi Xing didn't. Yi Xing didn't seem to be injured at all. The astral arrow at his fingertip was still as bright as ever. Puff! The astral arrow penetrated Pang Zhan's protective astral force and shot into his head. No! Pang Zhan screamed in horror. His eyes widened as he watched Yi Xing's finger attack. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He couldn't believe that Yi Xing could still maintain the power of his astral finger attack even after his head and chest were split open. Pang Zhan's scream was sharp and short. The astral finger arrow shot into his head and exploded, creating a fist-sized hole. The flesh and blood in Pang Zhan's head were instantly destroyed by the energy, turning into mush. Pang Zhan had a middle-grade imperial physique. Even if his head was destroyed, it would be fatal, let alone his head and body being split open. Pang Zhan's body fell backward with a look of disbelief on his face. As for Yi Xing, the flesh and blood on his upper body and head wriggled. In less than a breath, the two halves of his body merged back together, and he was as good as new. Chapter 8:13. The battle between Yi Xing and Pang Zhan had started and ended quickly. In the blink of an eye, Pang Zhan had died. Most of the martial artists had retreated because of their aura and did not pay much attention. Before they could react, they found that Pang Zhan had died. What was going on? Time had passed too quickly. If they were not paying attention, they would have missed that moment. Many martial artists did not understand how it had turned out like this in the blink of an eye. Whether it was the disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace, the Starry River Divine Palace, or the Radiance Divine Palace, they were all dumbfounded when they saw Pang Zhan dead on the ground. Senior Brother Pang Zhan? After a breath, a disciple of the Radiance Divine Palace finally reacted and exclaimed. Pang Zhan was the first genius disciple of the Radiance Divine Palace in hundreds of years. He had a 6-star blue fate and would definitely become a 6 Nirvana quasi-god in the future. If he was lucky, he might even become a true god. Moreover, Pang Zhan's battle talent was even rarer. He could fight someone 2 levels above him in the king stage. Among his peers, no one could beat him. As the leader of this batch of disciples in the Brilliance Shrine, Pang Zhan could be said to have a bright future. The disciples of the Radiance Divine Palace could not believe that Pang Zhan had died in the Heavenly Bao continent. Especially when the one who killed him was only a 1-star king from the Dark Star Divine Palace. Avenge Senior Brother Pang Zhan! A disciple of the Radiance Divine Palace shouted. Pang Zhan had a strong reputation and appeal among the disciples of the Radiance Divine Palace. His cry for revenge was immediately answered. Avenge Senior Brother Pang Zhan! Avenge Senior Brother Pang Zhan! The disciples of the Radiance Divine Palace shouted loudly. In the Heavenly Bao Palace, there were close to 100 disciples of the Radiance Divine Palace. Even if only half of them were shouting, their aura was enough to topple mountains and overturn seas. Yi Xing snorted. Killing Pang Zhan was just the beginning. He looked around and fixed his eyes on the 3-star Peak King who was shouting the most fiercely. Yi Xing remembered him. He was the disciple of the Brilliance Shrine who had chased after him in the beginning. There were 5 of them at that time, and the other 4 were also by his side. Seeing Yi Xing's eyes fall on him, Wukong Qin was startled and immediately retreated, trying to get out of the Heavenly Bao Palace. He shouted that he wanted to avenge Pang Zhan, but this was clearly not his true intention. He was afraid that Yi Xing would recognize him, so he wanted to incite the other Radiance Shrine disciples to besiege Yi Xing. It would be best if he could kill Yi Xing, but if he couldn't kill Yi Xing, he could take advantage of the chaos to escape. However, Wukong Qin did not expect that Yi Xing had fixed his eyes on him in the blink of an eye. Even Pang Zhan had been killed by Yi Xing with only one move. Wukong Qin did not believe that he could block even one move from Yi Xing. Moreover, although the Radiance Shrine disciples had the advantage in numbers, the Heavenly Bao Palace was too small to make full use of their advantage in numbers. On the contrary, if Yi Xing wanted to start a massacre, he could kill a large number of the Radiance Shrine disciples with only one move. What was more, there were also many disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace here. Although they were under the control of the Radiance Shrine disciples, they would definitely take the opportunity to counterattack when the situation became chaotic. Therefore, as soon as Wukong Qin saw Yi Xing's eyes fixed on him, he decisively rushed out of the Heavenly Bao Palace. Although Yi Xing would not kill all the disciples of the Radiance Shrine, there were a few people he must kill, such as Wukong Qin and the other 4 who had chased after him first. The reason why Yi Xing had a deadly feud with the disciples of the Radiance Shrine was that Wukong Qin and the other 4 had chased after him. As the source of the hatred, Yi Xing certainly had to get rid of them. Although the disciples of the Radiance Shrine were shouting to avenge Pang Zhan with overwhelming momentum, none of them had attacked Yi Xing yet. Yi Xing was able to kill Pang Zhan in one move, so all the disciples of the Radiance Shrine were afraid of him. Only because they had the advantage in numbers did they have the courage to shout for revenge in front of Yi Xing, otherwise, they would have been scared out of their wits. Therefore, when Wukong Qin ran away, Yi Xing was not restrained at all. At the same time, he moved his body. Breaking through from Venerable to King was not only a great breakthrough in cultivation, but also in comprehension. The higher a martial artist's cultivation was, the higher his comprehension. Therefore, in most cases, only when one's cultivation reached a certain level could he practice martial arts of the same level. Only geniuses with better comprehension than ordinary people could practice martial arts of a higher level. Geniuses with better comprehension than ordinary people would have their comprehension improved when their cultivation broke through. Therefore, once they were one step ahead, they would always be ahead. Yi Xing was a monstrous genius with better comprehension than ordinary people. After becoming a king, his comprehension had improved greatly, and he had made great progress in all kinds of comprehension. For example, Yi Xing had already comprehended the perfection of force of darkness, wind, and fire, but now he had reached a higher level and touched the true meaning of the 3 great Taos of heaven and earth. Above force was the conception. Even for a high-level king, it was difficult to comprehend the true meaning of Tao, and it would take a long time to reach this level. Yi Xing operated the wind will, and his speed was so fast that it was almost like teleportation in the Heavenly Bao Palace. Wukong Qin's speed was fast enough, but Yi Xing was even faster. When Wukong Qin rushed to the gate of the palace, Yi Xing had already blocked his way and pointed out a finger. A beam of finger aura shot out, aiming at Wukong Qin's head. At this moment, Wukong Qin was rushing out of the Heavenly Bao Palace with all his strength. Yi Xing suddenly stopped in front of him and pointed out a finger. Wukong Qin's head seemed to bump into the beam of finger aura. When Wukong Qin realized what had happened, it was already too late. Although he had stopped moving at the critical moment, the astral protective shield was even faster than he was. In an instant, it had pierced through his astral protective shield and shot into his head. After breaking through to the Star Sea realm and going through the Thunder Trial, Yi Xing's body had improved greatly, and his martial will had also been tempered in pain, and his arrow intent had been strengthened greatly. The stronger arrow intent and the true meaning of Tao level, together with the King Star aura inside Yi Xing's body and his perfect King's body, maximized the effect of the attack. As a result, the beam of finger aura shot out by Yi Xing had reached the level of a 5-star king. Even Pang Zhan, who had the strength of a 5-star king, was killed instantly when his head was hit by Yi Xing's beam of finger aura. Wukong Qin naturally could not bear the attack of Yi Xing's beam of finger aura. A fist-sized hole was made in Wukong Qin's head by the beam of finger aura. The inside of his head was completely destroyed, and he fell to the ground instantly, with a frightened look on his face. The death of Pang Zhan and Wukong Qin completely destroyed the defense line among the disciples of the Brilliance Palace. The fear of Yixing took over, and they all fled out of the palace. Swoosh! 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 All of a sudden, Yixing launched a series of attacks. The other 4 people who had been chasing him together with Wukong Qin were all killed in less than a breath. Chapter 8:15. Xing Yan looked at Yixing and said, "Even if we can't open it, do you think you can?" "Senior brother Yi, the Dark Star Divine Palace already has half of the stone cabinets, yet you still want to take the other half that belongs to my Star River Divine Palace? Isn't your appetite too big?" Yixing said, "You're right, I can open these forbidding formations, and I have some treasures that belong to Senior Luo Tiangong. Now that I'm able to take them out, yet you're still occupying the latrine without taking a shit. I don't think that's a good idea." All the disciples of the Star River Divine Palace were shocked. Even the disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace were no exception. They knew how difficult it was to open the seals on the stone cabinets. They had so many kings and worked hard for a month, but they still couldn't open them. They didn't even have a clue. However, Yixing said that he could open these seals. Of course, everyone was shocked. Xing Yan was shocked. He looked at Yixing doubtfully and said, "Can you really open these seals?" Yixing nodded. In the Heavenly Bao continent, Yixing was invincible. He could open the seals on the stone cabinets in the Heavenly Bao Hall without fear of anyone knowing. Xing Yan's eyes were burning with desire. He took a deep breath and said, "Senior brother Yi, if you can open these seals, we can split the stone cabinets with you. You can open all the stone cabinets and half of them will belong to you." Yixing smiled faintly and said, "Are you kidding?" Strictly speaking, Yixing was Luo Tiangong's chosen successor. The treasures of the Heavenly Bao continent belonged to Yixing. However, Yixing didn't intend to reveal his identity as Luo Tiangong's successor to the public. Although people would guess, guesses were just guesses. Even if these treasures were ownerless, they would belong to whoever obtained them first. Now, the disciples of the Star River Divine Palace didn't get these treasures. It was impossible for them to get these treasures. Therefore, Yixing was the first person to get these treasures after breaking the seals on the stone cabinets. No matter how you looked at it, these treasures belonged to Yixing. It was Yixing who had opened the seal, so the treasures he obtained belonged to him. Yet, Xing Yan wanted half of it. How could there be such a logic in this world? Xing Yan also knew that his request was a bit excessive. Seeing Yixing's expression change, he hurriedly changed his tone. "If you're not satisfied with a 50-50 split, then we'll split it 30-70. I'll take 30, and you take 70. 15 stone cabinets, and we only need 5. You can have the other 10. Yixing continued to smile and said, "These stone cabinets don't belong to the Divine Palace of Star River. I opened them. Why should I share them with you?" Although Yixing's words weren't without reason, Xing Yan was still enraged when he saw so many treasures before his eyes, yet he couldn't obtain any of them. Just as Xing Yan was about to explode, Yixing changed the topic and said, "However, treasures should be shared with those who see them. You must feel unbalanced when you see so many treasures in front of your eyes. How about this? I'll open all the stone cabinets, and then I'll give you one of them. What do you think?" A single stone cabinet contained 3 god-tier treasures and several top-level mystic-tier treasures. There were more than 10 of them. For a low-level king, this was already a huge treasure trove. Originally, the Divine Palace of Star River wouldn't be able to obtain anything. When the time came, they could only leave the Heavenly Bao continent with their tails between their legs. Now, Yixing was giving them a stone cabinet full of treasures. This was equivalent to giving them a huge treasure trove. Logically speaking, this should make them go wild with joy. However, people's hearts didn't always follow logic. Besides logic, there were many other factors that could affect people's hearts. Moreover, for most people, these factors had a greater impact on their hearts than logic. For example, jealousy, unbalanced feelings, loyalty, hobbies, and so on. At this moment, Xing Yan's heart was extremely unbalanced. If there were only 2 or 3 stone cabinets, Yi Xing would give one to the divine palace of Star River, and he would be grateful. However, there were 30 stone cabinets in the Heavenly Bow Palace, and Yi Xing only gave one to the divine palace of Star River. This made him extremely unhappy. This was because he was jealous of the divine palace of Star River's 29 stone cabinets. Therefore, he felt extremely unbalanced. Xing Yan said angrily, 1 stone cabinet? Are you trying to dismiss a beggar? 5 stone cabinets, that's my bottom line. Yi Xing's face turned cold and said, it seems like you don't understand the situation. You only have 2 choices. 1, you won't get anything. 2, you can get one of the treasures in the stone cabinet. There's no third choice. Looking at Yi Xing's aura that was about to explode, a hint of fear flashed in Xing Yan's eyes. However, it was more of greed. Xing Yan's gaze swept across the stone cabinets in the palace. Looking at the treasures in the stone cabinets, his greed overcame his fear. Xing Yan gritted his teeth and said, without 5 stone cabinets, I won't give up any of the 15 stone cabinets that belong to the divine palace of Star River. Yi Xing smiled disdainfully and said, belong to the divine palace of Star River? You dare to say such words in the Heavenly Bow Palace? Aren't you afraid that Senior Luo Tiangong will leave behind some tricks to crush you? Xing Yan's heart skipped a beat. He was indeed afraid of Luo Tiangong's reputation. Although true god experts stood at the peak of martial arts in the flowing light world and led the era, there were still quite a number of true god experts accumulated over time. When they were still alive, true god experts could be said to be able to call the wind and summon the rain in the flowing light world. However, there were not many of them who could leave behind a name after death. Luo Tiangong was one of them who left behind a name after death. Although he had been dead for 20,000 years, his name was still known throughout the world. Xing Yan felt that he should give Luo Tiangong an explanation. He said, Senior Luo Tiangong left the Heavenly Bow continent for the benefit of future generations. He left the treasures inside for future generations to discover. Now that we have found these stone cabinets, they naturally belong to us. The first cultivator who entered the Heavenly Bow continent said that the entire Heavenly Bow continent belonged to him. Yi Xing smiled coldly and said, I can't be bothered to waste my breath on you. You still have 1.5 days to continue trying to open the restrictions on the stone cabinets. Once you have opened the restrictions, the treasures inside will naturally belong to you. If you still haven't opened the restrictions by tomorrow afternoon, you'd better leave on your own accord. Otherwise, I will personally ask you to leave. After saying that, Yi Xing turned around. He had already given them an ultimatum. He did not want to waste his breath on them. When the time was up, if they did not leave, he would chase them away. Senior brother Yi, can you really open the restrictions on the stone cabinets? As soon as Yi Xing returned to the disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace, a large number of disciples asked him about it. Their eyes were shining brightly. The treasures in the stone cabinets were too precious. Obtaining a single treasure in the stone cabinets was a huge gain. As for the treasures in the stone cabinets, they were even more precious than all the treasures produced in the Heavenly Bow continent for the past 200 years. When they heard Yi Xing say that he could open the restrictions on the stone cabinets, which disciple of the Dark Star Divine Palace would not be excited? Chapter 8:16. Yi Xing nodded and walked to the front of a stone cabinet. The disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace immediately gathered around and looked at Yi Xing eagerly. Yi Xing glanced at the disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace. Most of them did not react, but there were still some who understood. Tu Qianzhang shouted, "Be careful, there are outsiders here." The disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace immediately reacted. In the Heavenly Bow Hall, there were still disciples of the Star River Divine Palace eyeing them covetously. Because of Yi Xing's strength, they had neglected the disciples of the Star River Divine Palace. However, the temptation of the treasures in the stone cabinet was too great. If Yi Xing opened the seal of the stone cabinet, the disciples of the Star River Divine Palace might attack him out of greed. Once a group had a backbone, it would be cohesive. The disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace were not as united as the disciples of the Star River Divine Palace and the Radiance Divine Palace, but they lacked a backbone. Now that Yi Xing had become the backbone of the disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace, the unity of the disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace naturally increased. Without needing Yi Xing to deliberately remind them, they turned their attention to the disciples of the Star River Divine Palace and took precautions. Even if the disciples of the Star River Divine Palace wanted to sneak up on them, they would not succeed. Yi Xing stood in front of the stone cabinet and opened his martial Dao Heavenly Eye, revealing an eye full of runes. He activated the God's Void Breaker Eye. The wall in front of him suddenly turned transparent under the gaze of the God's Void Breaker Eye. On the wall, the restriction that covered the stone cabinet, under the gaze of Yi Xing's God's Void Breaker Eye, wisps of energy moved and could be seen clearly. Yi Xing soon saw through the entire structure of the restriction. If a restriction could be compared to a lock, then breaking the restriction by force was like smashing the lock open. Yi Xing had seen through the entire structure of the restriction, which was equivalent to finding the way to open the lock. It was like having a key in his hand. When a lock was big enough and strong enough, breaking it by force was impossible. However, with a key, it was easy to open it. Yi Xing took a step forward, stretched out his hand, and pressed it on the invisible restriction in front of the stone cabinet. Yi Xing circulated his astral energy, and strands of astral energy shot out from his palm like fine threads. The restriction outside the stone cabinet was extremely complicated and tight. If one were to carelessly infuse astral energy into it, it would definitely be blocked. However, Yi Xing had scanned every inch of space in the restrictive spell and knew where there were gaps that could allow astral energy to pass through. These cracks were as thin as a strand of hair, and they were twisted and turned. If one couldn't see them clearly, it would be impossible for one to infuse one's astral energy through them. However, with the help of the void-breaking God eyes, the impossible became possible. Yi Xing was very clear about the structure of the restriction. Strands of thread-like astral energy were controlled by Yi Xing and penetrated layer after layer of the restriction. The restriction wasn't solid, but was made of energy. The strands of energy were like threads, weaving into a dense net. No matter how complicated the net was, no matter how long the threads were, there was only one source. As long as the source was destroyed, the entire restriction could be destroyed. Yi Xing's palm was only half a meter away from the stone cabinet, which meant that the thickness of the restriction was only half a meter. However, this half-meter thickness had tens of thousands of layers. If it was a blind cat running into a dead mouse, it was still possible to penetrate through several layers, or even a dozen layers. However, it was impossible to penetrate through tens of thousands of layers just by relying on luck. Only Yi Xing, who had the Shattering Void Divine Palace, could see the inside of the barriers clearly, and could control the astral energy to quickly penetrate through layers of barriers. After spending 15 minutes, Yi Xing's astral energy threads had penetrated through all the layers and reached the inside of the restriction, finding the source. Even if the astral energy was as thin as a thread, the power it contained was still shocking. Especially the arrow intent it contained, it had an extreme penetrating power. Under Yi Xing's control, the astral energy threads immediately pierced into the source of the restriction and destroyed it. With the source destroyed, the restriction collapsed from the inside out. Soon, it was completely destroyed and disappeared without a trace. However, the restriction was invisible and the process could not be seen with the naked eye. The rest of the people only saw Yi Xing pressing his hand into the void. They did not know that the restriction in front of Yi Xing had changed. When the restriction was completely destroyed, Yi Xing took a step forward and walked directly to the stone cabinet. He stretched out his hand and touched a treasure in the stone cabinet. The restriction is gone. It's really been broken. The disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace immediately cheered excitedly. However, even so, they did not let down their guard against the disciples of the Starry River Divine Palace. This was often the most dangerous time. The disciples of the Starry River Divine Palace looked at each other with envy and jealousy. The stone cabinet was right in front of them and the treasure inside seemed to be within reach. However, when they really stretched out their hand and were about half a meter away from the stone cabinet, they would be blocked by the invisible restriction. The disciples of the Starry River Divine Palace had used all kinds of methods. They had forcefully attacked it and used array masters to break it, but to no avail. Now, when they saw Yi Xing open the restrictions on the stone cabinet and touch the treasures in the stone cabinet, they could only sigh and feel very upset. It was not that Ming Yan did not want to sneak up on Yi Xing and steal the treasure. However, he knew very well that although Yi Xing seemed to be focused on breaking the restriction, there was actually a penetrating aura that was watching him. Obviously, as long as Ming Yan did anything, he would not be able to hide it from Yi Xing. Ming Yan obviously wanted to sneak up on Yi Xing. However, sneaking up on the other disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace was meaningless. He was only afraid of Yi Xing. Unless he killed Yi Xing with a sneak attack, he would not be able to steal the other party's treasure. Instead, he would be sending himself to his death. Ming Yan knew very well that if he dared to make a move, Yi Xing would definitely not spare his life. Therefore, Ming Yan did not dare to make a move. Moreover, even if he wanted to sneak up on Yi Xing, it would not be now. He would have to wait until Yi Xing opened all the stone cabinets. Otherwise, even if he succeeded, he would only be able to obtain the treasure in one of the stone cabinets. Wouldn't that be the same as what Yi Xing had promised? After opening the stone cabinets, Yi Xing waved his hand and put all the treasures in the stone cabinets into his storage ring. Seeing Yi Xing put away all the treasures, although the disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace were a little envious, no one said anything. Yi Xing walked to the next stone cabinet and continued to break the restriction. After 15 minutes, the restriction was broken and Yi Xing took away the treasures in the stone cabinets. One by one, the restrictions on the stone cabinets were broken by Yi Xing. The treasures inside were all taken away by Yi Xing. 4 hours later, the 15 stone cabinets on the right side of the Heavenly Bao Palace had their restrictions broken by Yi Xing. All the treasures were taken away by him. In other words, Yi Xing had obtained a total of 45 God-grade treasures and more than 100 Mystic-grade treasures. This was more than all the treasures of many 4-star forces combined. Chapter 8:17. The disciples of the Starry River Sacred Hall looked at Yi Xing with red eyes and short breaths. They were extremely jealous. Even the disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace couldn't help but feel jealous, let alone the disciples of the Star River Divine Palace. So many treasures were worth a fortune to a quasi-god. Even if they worked hard for their entire lives, they wouldn't be able to obtain them. Perhaps only a true god expert would treat them as normal. Yi Xing had been paying attention to Xing Yan. He could feel the struggle in Xing Yan's heart. But in the end, Xing Yan didn't make a move. Yi Xing had killed Pang Zhan in one move. He was indeed powerful, and Xing Yan was afraid. "You're wise," Yi Xing thought to himself. Looking at the disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace who were staring at him, Yi Xing said, "Every disciple here will have a share of the treasures in the palace. Every disciple will get a stone cabinet of treasures. Thank you, Senior Brother Yi Xing. Long live Senior Brother Yi Xing." The disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace were overjoyed and immediately cheered. Although Yi Xing meant that every disciple would get a stone cabinet of treasures and the rest would belong to him, none of the disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace thought otherwise. It was Yi Xing who had opened the seals on the stone cabinets. Strictly speaking, these treasures belonged to Yi Xing. There were 10 peaks in the outer sanctum of the Dark Star Divine Palace, and each peak had a stone cabinet. Yi Xing had given them 10 stone cabinets of treasures. What else could the disciples say? There was only gratitude and excitement. Yi Xing said, "I'll keep the treasures first. After I open all the stone cabinets, I'll distribute them to you." The disciples of the Star River Divine Palace were still in the Heavenly Bao Hall. The treasures were with Yi Xing, so Yi Xing wasn't afraid of them. However, if the treasures were with other disciples, it would be a different story. The Heavenly Bao Hall was small, and there were many people. Once chaos broke out, Yi Xing would not be able to control the situation. If all the disciples of the Star River deity temple were to join the fray, the other party would snatch the treasures and run away, and Yixing would not be able to stop them one by one. However, as long as the treasure was with Yixing, the Star River Temple's disciples would never be able to snatch it away. Therefore, Yixing had to keep it with him first. The disciples thought for a moment and understood this logic. They said in unison, "We will listen to Senior Marshal Brother Yixing's instructions." Yixing looked at Xing Yan and said, "Don't say I didn't give you a chance. You still have a day or so. Tomorrow afternoon, if you don't leave, I will personally ask you to leave." Yixing had his own principles when it came to dealing with people. He would not completely deprive the Star River Temple's disciples of the opportunity to obtain the treasures and chase them out directly. However, he would not allow them to occupy the latrine without taking **T. When the time was up, he would snatch what should be snatched, even if he had to use force. Time passed. The disciples of the Starry River Sacred Hall tried all sorts of methods to break the restrictions around the 15 stone cabinets, but they couldn't break them. The time limit that Yixing had given them was getting closer and closer. Yixing was surrounded by the Star River Temple's disciples. He looked at the Star River Temple's disciples indifferently, waiting for the time to be up so that he could chase them out by force. Xing Yan's face became uglier and uglier. He could not accept the fact that he did not even get a single piece of treasure after so many treasures. Seeing that noon was almost up, Xing Yan said, "Yixing, we only need 3 stone cabinets. If you give us 3 treasures, we will give you all of them." Yixing chuckled and couldn't be bothered to respond. He didn't even want to waste his breath. Xing Yan gritted his teeth and shouted, "2. We only need 2 stone cabinets." Yixing still ignored him. Xing Yan panted heavily. He was very emotional as he shouted, "Fine, 1 then." The Star River Temple's disciples laughed. Xing Yan did not even have a single bargaining chip, yet he dared to negotiate with Yixing. He was definitely asking for trouble. Yixing did not change his mind because of Xing Yan's compromise. He still ignored Xing Yan. Xing Yan shouted, "Yixing, quickly open the seals and give us one of the stone cabinets. We will leave immediately." Yixing's gaze finally fell on Xing Yan. He said, "Time's up. You should leave." Xing Yan said angrily, "You tricked me. You said you would give us 1 stone cabinet." Yixing said, "That was then and this is now. I have given you a chance, but there is only 1 chance. You missed it." Xing Yan's aura suddenly became violent. He clenched his fists like an angry lion, as if he was going to pounce on Yixing at any time. The Star River Temple's disciples were invigorated, and their auras surged. Yixing's expression was still as usual. He looked at Xing Yan and said indifferently, "I will only count to 10. After that, if there are any Star River Temple's disciples in the Heavenly Bao Palace, I will kill them without mercy." Although Yixing's voice was soft, it was like thunder in the ears of the Star River Temple's disciples. Fear immediately appeared on their faces. 1. 2. 3. Yixing began to count. He counted every breath. When Yixing counted to 3, the Star River Temple's disciples had already rushed out of the palace. Xing Yan's face was extremely ugly. 4. 5. With the first to escape, there was naturally a second, and a third. When Yixing counted to 5, there were already more than 10 Star River Temple's disciples running out of the palace. Moreover, there were even more who were preparing to follow. Go! When Xing Yan saw this, he knew that he could not compete with Yixing in the Heavenly Bao Palace, so he could only retreat. Following Xing Yan's order, the Star River Temple's disciples sped up and rushed out of the palace. In just a few breaths' time, there was not a single Star River Temple's disciple left in the Heavenly Bao Palace. Xing Yan's voice came from outside the palace, "Yixing, just you wait. You will not have a good ending if you offend the Star River Temple." Yixing treated Xing Yan's threat as a fart. He did not take it to heart at all. His gaze had already landed on the 15 stone cabinets in front of him. 4 hours later, the restrictions on the 15 stone cabinets were all opened by Yixing. The treasures inside were all kept by Yixing. Then, Yixing gathered all the Dark Star Temple's disciples together and began to distribute the treasures. There were about 70 disciples in the Dark Star Temple. There were disciples from each peak. Yixing gave each peak's disciple a stone cabinet of treasures and said, "Although these treasures are with you, they do not belong to you. They belong to each peak's disciple. After you hand them over to the temple, the contribution points obtained will be divided equally among the disciples of each peak." All the disciples said in unison, "Yes, Senior Brother Yixing." Yixing said, "The treasures in the other 20 stone cabinets belong to me. Do you have any objections?" All the disciples shook their heads. Chapter 8:19. Gai Qin used his eye technique to look into the distance and said, "No, Yixing is very far away, at least a few 100,000 miles away. However, he seems to have cultivated an extremely powerful eye technique and should be watching this place." The only person Xing Yan was afraid of was Yixing. Knowing that Yixing was still a few 100,000 miles away, Xing Yan was relieved. Xing Yan sneered, "What a good kill without mercy. Very good. I will also count to 10. After 10 counts, if you still don't hand over your treasures, I will also kill you without mercy. In front of me, you are just a bunch of clay chickens and pottery dogs. I can easily kill you until your corpses litter the ground and you piss your pants in terror." Gao Jian ignored Xing Yan's sneer and started counting. 1. "Senior Brother Gao Jian, what's going on?" Immediately, a large number of Dark Star Divine Palace disciples asked Gao Jian through voice transmission. Gao Jian transmitted his voice to a few key disciples. "Don't worry, Senior Brother Yixing has made arrangements." These key disciples also transmitted their voice to the other disciples. After knowing that it was Yixing's arrangement, they were relieved despite their doubts. 1. A confident smile hung on Xing Yan's face as he followed Gao Jian and started counting as well. 2. 2. 3. 3. As the numbers were getting closer to 10, both sides' auras became more and more intense. Both sides' disciples exploded with violent auras. A great battle was about to break out. The Dark Star Divine Palace disciples were full of confidence after knowing that Yixing had made arrangements. The Star River Divine Palace disciples were also relieved after knowing that Yixing was a few 100,000 miles away. Both sides were confident that they could defeat the other. 9. Gao Jian's eyes narrowed, and his gaze sharpened. 9. Xing Yan was still smiling. Other than Yixing, no one was his match. Knowing that Yixing was a few 100,000 miles away, Xing Yan was not worried at all. Gao Jian looked at Xing Yan with murderous eyes and shouted, "Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish." 10. Hee hee. Xing Yan shrugged. His expression was relaxed as he expressed his disdain. Whoosh, however, at this moment, a ripple suddenly appeared in the space in front of Xing Yan. A silvery white arrow shot out from the center of the ripple and shot towards Xing Yan. Just as Xing Yan was about to count to 10, his disdainful smile froze on his face. His eyes were instantly filled with fear. This arrow had appeared too suddenly, completely outside of Xing Yan's expectations. At this moment, he was completely unprepared. The speed of the arrow was too fast, like a flash of light. Moreover, the arrow was too close to the star flame, less than 100 meters away. With such speed and such a short distance, Xing Yan had no time to react. Poof! Under Xing Yan's horrified gaze, the silver arrow instantly pierced through his astral shield and into his head, leaving behind a fist-sized hole. After the silver arrow pierced through Xing Yan's head, it did not stop there. It continued to shoot forward like a hot knife through butter. In the blink of an eye, the 5 Starry River Temple disciples behind Xing Yan were all pierced through by the silver arrow. It was only when the arrow hit the 6th person that the power of the arrow was exhausted and lodged in the 6th person's body. The power of the arrow was extremely terrifying. Xing Yan and the 5 Starry River Temple disciples behind him were instantly killed and fell from the sky. The one who was hit by the arrow was also severely injured. His body swayed and he spat out a mouthful of blood, almost falling to the ground. Hiss! Whether it was the Dark Star Temple disciples or the Starry River Temple disciples, they all sucked in a breath of cold air in shock. This arrow that had appeared out of nowhere was too terrifying. Not only was its power terrifying, but the most important thing was that it had suddenly shot out from the void, making it impossible to guard against. However, the difference was that the Dark Star Temple disciples were pleasantly surprised, while the Starry River Temple disciples were horrified. A single arrow had killed Xing Yan and 5 Starry River Temple disciples at the same time. It had even severely injured one of them. This arrow had struck fear in their hearts and completely shattered their confidence. At this moment, Gao Jian roared, "Kill!" The battle cry shook the sky. When the Dark Star Temple disciples heard the battle cry, their spirits were lifted, and their morale soared. As for the Starry River Temple disciples, their hearts were filled with fear. When they heard the battle cry, they turned around and fled at the same time. In fact, the 40 people from the Starry River Temple who had come were all elites. Even though 6 of them had died and 1 was severely injured, the remaining 33 people still had the strength to fight against the Dark Star Temple disciples. After all, most of the Dark Star Temple disciples' top elites were not here. There were fewer 4-star kings compared to the Starry River Temple disciples. If the two sides were to fight normally, it would be hard to say who would win and who would lose. But now, the Starry River Temple disciples were frightened by the death of Xing Yan and the others and fled in panic. The situation was completely different. The Dark Star Temple disciples chased after them like chickens and dogs, easily reaping the lives of many of the Starry River Temple disciples. In the end, less than 15 of the Starry River Temple disciples escaped. Most of them were killed by the Dark Star Temple disciples in the process of fleeing. The losses were extremely heavy. As time was limited, the disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace did not pursue the disciples of the Star River Divine Palace who had escaped. Instead, they collected the storage rings left behind by the dead disciples of the Star River Divine Palace. After distributing them, they continued south, returning to the entrance of the Dark Star Continent. In the distant eastern part of the Heavenly Bow Continent, Yixing used his God's Eyes of Void Breaker to observe everything from afar. The result was exactly as he had expected. He had expected that the Starry River Temple disciples would be scared out of their wits after Xing Yan's death. He had let Gao Jian roar the word, "Kill," which was enough to make them flee. Once they fled, they would be like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Heavy losses were inevitable. Seeing that the Dark Star Divine Hall's disciples were on their way back, Yixing looked away. The Starry River Divine Hall's disciples were no longer a threat after their defeat. Without Pang Zhan, the Radiance Divine Hall's disciples wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. As for the Dark Star Divine Hall's disciples, they didn't need to worry about them. The spatial crack that led to the Star Mainland was located at the eastern edge of the Heavenly Bow Continent. Yixing followed the route that Zhuohongyuan had taken and found the spatial crack without much effort. At this time, the Dark Star Temple disciples had also arrived at the entrance of the Dark Star Mainland and gathered with the other Dark Star Temple disciples. Yixing used his God's Eyes of Void Breaker to watch the Dark Star Temple disciples leave the Heavenly Bow Continent through the Void Door. He retracted his gaze and walked toward the spatial crack in front of him. The energy in the spatial crack was very chaotic. Yixing could feel an inexplicable danger in it. However, since Zhuohongyuan could pass through it, Yixing was confident that he could pass through it as well. Chapter 820. The space crack was like a hideous wound in the void. It was also like the mouth of a demon, swallowing all the energy around it. When Yixing was still a dozen miles away from the space crack, he felt an invisible suction force pulling him closer to the space crack. As he got closer and closer to the spatial crack, the invisible suction force became stronger and stronger. In the beginning, Yixing was still able to forcefully control his body. However, when he was only about 100 meters away from the spatial crack, the suction force of the spatial crack exceeded his ability to control himself. Whoosh! Yixing was like a sharp arrow, sucked into the space crack in an instant by the invisible suction force. In the space crack, there was a void torrent that brought Yixing's body forward rapidly. It was like an ordinary person falling into a surging river. He could not control his body and could only go with the flow. The difference was that ordinary people would drown in the surging river. However, Yixing was a king. Although he could not escape the void torrent, he would not suffocate because of it. However, there were dangers in the void torrent that could kill a king. In less than 10 breaths after entering the space crack, Yixing felt pain in his body. It was as if he had been cut by a sharp blade. A deep wound appeared on his body, and even his bones were broken. It was the space wind blade hidden in the void torrent. The space wind blade was extremely sharp, and the speed of the void torrent was fast. Therefore, once it came into contact with the space wind blade, one's body would be injured. Even the black level upper grade inner armor could not withstand it. Zhuo Hongyuan had arrived at the star continent through the space crack. However, he had been seriously injured and had not recovered. His cultivation had remained at the 2-star king realm. He had not made any progress in his life. A king realm had a lifespan of 1,000 years. However, Zhuo Hongyuan had only lived for a few hundred years before he died. It was because he had been seriously injured while traveling through the space crack. It had damaged his life source. Zhuo Hongyuan was a genius at the same level as Pang Zhan, Xing Yan, and Zhuo Fifan. When he was in the king realm, he could fight opponents 2 levels higher than him. Moreover, he had built a middle-grade king body. He was 1 in 100,000 kings. But Yixing was different. Yixing had constructed a top-grade imperial body, and had an undying body. His survivability was thousands of times stronger than Zhuo Hongyuan's. The wounds on Yixing's body healed in the blink of an eye. With the self-healing effect of his top-grade imperial body, his wounds were completely healed, leaving no scars behind. There were many spatial wind blades hidden in the void torrent. Whether one was lucky or not, one would always encounter some. If one was lucky, one would encounter fewer spatial wind blades. If one was unlucky, one would encounter more. Zhuo Hongyuan was lucky that he hadn't been killed by the spatial wind blades in the torrent of space. At least, he was much luckier than Yixing. At least a dozen breaths of time, at most a few dozen breaths of time, Yixing would always come into contact with the spatial wind blades. Injuries to his body were a small matter. Once, a spatial wind blade just so happened to slash across Yixing's neck, directly chopping off his head. If Zhuo Hongyuan had encountered such an experience, he would have died instantly. Fortunately, Yixing had an undying body. Even if his head was chopped off, his flesh and blood would regenerate, and he would recover to his original state. In the torrent of space, he bumped into the spatial wind blades for almost half an hour. Suddenly, the surrounding temperature changed, becoming incomparably hot. Yixing was surrounded by raging flames. Just a moment ago, Yixing had left the torrent of space, but now he had entered a torrent of flames. Perhaps, Yixing was still in the same torrent, but this torrent had different forms in different locations. The area Yixing had passed through before was a torrent of space, but now the area he was in was a torrent of flames. As for what was going on, Yixing could only guess. He didn't have a definite answer in his heart. But one thing was certain, for Yixing, it was much safer to be in a torrent of flames than in a torrent of space. The danger in the torrent of space came from the spatial wind blades, but there was also danger in the torrent of flames, which came from the special flames hidden in the torrent of flames. Yixing had the flame astral aspect and the star fire seed in his body. Facing these foreign flames, his defensive power was the strongest. Yixing used the flame astral aspect and at the same time stimulated the star fire seed in his Dantian star vortex, laying down a double defense outside his body. Whether it was ordinary foreign flames or special flames, they could all be blocked by these 2 layers of defense. Whoosh! A black starlight rushed out from between Yixing's eyebrows. Yixing had used the black hole astral aspect again. In the torrent of flames, there was an endless supply of foreign flames, and there were also many powerful special flames. For Yixing, this was not a dangerous place, but a place of great treasure. Yixing's star fire seed and flame astral aspect could be upgraded by absorbing the flame energy here. The black hole astral aspect followed Yixing through the torrent of flames, producing a huge devouring power that swallowed the surrounding flame energy and strengthened the flame astral aspect. The star fire seed in his Dantian star vortex also instinctively absorbed the foreign flames from all directions. Yixing's star fire seed originally came from the foreign flames that fell on the star continent. Now that Yixing was passing through the void crack and traveling through the starry sky, the endless foreign flames were the best supplement for the star fire seed. Traveling through the torrent of flames, Yixing was in a good mood. He only hoped that he could travel a little longer, so that his star fire seed and flame astral aspect could absorb enough flame energy and have a qualitative breakthrough. According to the description in Zhuohong Yuan's notes, the torrent of flames would last for an hour, and then they would arrive at the space where the star continent was. There was a large area of unstable void there, and it was easy to tear space. Through tearing space, one could reach the star continent. Under normal circumstances, tearing space was extremely difficult. Only true god experts or peerless geniuses among quasi-gods could do it. However, the tearing space caused a part of the space in the star continent to be unstable, which allowed even kings to tear space. Zhuohong Yuan was only a 4-star king, but he could tear space and reach the star continent. This was naturally not a problem for Yixing. Yixing divided his attention into 3 tasks. On one hand, he controlled the black hole astral aspect to absorb the flame energy to strengthen it. On the other hand, he controlled the star fire seed to absorb the flame energy to strengthen it. On the other hand, he calculated the passage of time. After only a quarter of an hour, Yixing's flame astrological aspect had undergone a qualitative change. In the starry crescent land, the flame astral aspect in the heavenly flame ancient land had reached the limit of the extreme grade astral aspect due to the black hole astral aspect's absorption of the flame energy. It was only one step away from evolving to the saint grade astral aspect. However, because the flame energy in the heavenly flame ancient land was not strong enough, it did not succeed. Now, there were foreign flames everywhere, and the flame energy was strong enough. Yixing's flame astral aspect naturally underwent a qualitative change very quickly. On the flame astral aspect, a flame divine bird vaguely appeared. It had evolved into the saint grade astral aspect, the vermilion bird astral aspect. Chapter 8:21. The evolution of the fire astrological aspect from the extreme grade to the saint grade was a qualitative breakthrough, and its power had increased greatly. In the space between his eyebrows, the fire astrological aspect was no longer in a corner. Instead, it had squeezed into the middle. Although it was still unable to compete with the Sagittarius and black hole astrological aspects, it was already on the verge of contending with them. The black hole astrological aspect continued to devour the fire energy, strengthening the vermilion bird astrological aspect that had already evolved. Within the fire astrological aspect, the vermilion bird's figure gradually became clearer as it absorbed more and more fire energy. It looked like it was about to soar into the sky. This meant that even though it had evolved into the vermilion bird astrological aspect, its power was still increasing. This could be seen from the fact that the vermilion bird astrological aspect was getting closer and closer to the Sagittarius and black hole astrological aspects in the center. Although the vermilion bird astrological aspect's power would increase as it absorbed more fire energy, there wouldn't be a qualitative change. Yixing's focus shifted to the star fire seed. As Yixing pushed the star fire seed's ability to absorb fire energy became stronger and faster. Finally, an hour ago, the star fire seed's grade had also increased qualitatively. Its size was clearly one size larger, and its power was more than 10 times stronger. Before, the star fire seed's power could only threaten ordinary kings. Now, Yixing was sure that even high-level kings wouldn't be able to withstand the burning power of the star fire seed. Although the star fire seed didn't pose any real threat to high-level monarchs as long as it didn't burn their bodies, having such a power in their bodies would still be useful at crucial moments. An hour later, Yixing felt the space around him weakening. Clearly, he had arrived at the space where the star continent was. Yixing didn't hesitate. He circulated the dark wind fire arrow art. The astral energy in his body, darkness, wind, and fire yuan qi gathered at the tip of his finger, forming a black astral arrow. Break! Yixing attacked with all his strength. Using his body as an arrow, he instantly pierced through the torrent of fire and landed on the edge of the torrent. Within the torrent of flames, Yixing was unable to go against the power of the torrent. However, he could still move left and right along with the torrent. With the arrow well attached to his body, Yixing's body shuttled through the void as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, the astral finger arrow collided with the spatial barrier at the edge of the torrent of flames. If it had been an intact spatial barrier, then even a normal quasi-god wouldn't have been able to break through it. However, the space here was weak, and its strength had decreased by more than 100 times. Even Zhuo Hongyuan had been able to break through it in the past, so what more Yixing? The astral finger arrow pierced through the thin spatial barrier and tore a huge crack in it in the blink of an eye. Crash! Yixing rushed out of the spatial rift, wreathed in a large amount of foreign flames. The torrent of flames was like a surging river. The sudden appearance of the spatial crack was like a hole at the bottom of the river. Naturally, the water in the river would be repelled by the hole at the bottom of the river, and the flames in the torrent of flames were the same. Therefore, Yixing rushed out of the spatial crack not only because of the impact of his own power, but also because of the expulsion of the torrent of flames. Yixing suddenly accelerated. Before he could control his body, he was squeezed out of the torrent of flames. He appeared in the sky above the star continent and fell heavily to the ground. He fell from a height of several thousand meters in the blink of an eye. Yixing hit the ground hard and felt a sharp pain in his internal organs. Clearly, they had been damaged. A large amount of foreign flame fell and landed on the ground, covering a radius of several hundred meters. In an instant, the surrounding flowers and trees were burned to ashes. Even the soil and stones on the ground were burned away. The star continent was a complete starry sky continent. Its laws were very complete. The spatial crack in the sky only appeared in the blink of an eye. Under the power of the laws, it was quickly mended and returned to normal. Yixing, who was on the ground, and a large expanse of extraterrestrial flames, proved what had just happened. Compared to the immortal body, the damage to the internal organs was only a minor injury. They recovered in the blink of an eye. Yixing stood up and took a step forward. He rushed out of the flames and appeared in the sky. Yixing's eyes swept across the land in front of him. His face was filled with excitement and excitement. He was back. He was finally back. What entered his eyes were lofty mountains and hills. It was indeed very similar to the Green Cloud mountain range. Yixing opened his martial Dao heavenly eye and used his void-breaking god eyes. His eyes immediately looked forward. Not long after, Yixing was shocked and surprised. Yes, this was indeed the Green Cloud mountain range. He saw the old site of the Green Cloud sect and the square outside the Green Cloud ancient land. Back then, he had explored the Green Cloud ancient land with the genius disciples of the various sects in the Green Cloud region. At that time, he was only a celestial vortex realm marquis. Now, he was already a ruler of the Star Ocean. He did not know the cultivation of the genius disciples who explored the Green Cloud ancient land with him. Most of them were probably still celestial vortex realm marquis. Some of them were at most astral dipper realm enlightened persons. Their life experiences were different. Yixing was already in a different world from them. After confirming that this was the Green Cloud mountain range and that he had indeed returned to the Star Land, Yixing was even more delighted and excited. Since 2 years ago, Yixing had been forced to use the Great Space Breaching Talisman to leave the Star Land under the Supreme King Meng Tai's saber. Yixing had always wanted to return. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Now that his wish had finally come true, he was naturally very excited. 2 years ago, he was forced to leave by Meng Tai in the Green Cloud Mountain Range. 2 years later, he returned to the Star Land and was still in the Green Cloud Mountain Range. 2 years ago, he was only a 7-star reverend. He could not withstand a single blow from Meng Tai. 2 years later, he was already a 1-star king. A mere Meng Tai was no longer in his eyes. At the same place, at a different time, Yi Xing's cultivation and strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. After 2 years, Yi Xing returned to the Star Land once again. There was no more pain in his heart. There was no more resentment. There was only joy. Today, he would pay back the enmity of the past with double. There was only joy in his heart. Moreover, Yi Xing's thoughts quickly shifted to Wei Qingxian. That flawless face appeared in Yi Xing's mind. Although they had not seen each other for 2 years, it was still very clear. He had not forgotten it at all. Qingxian, I'm back. How have you been these 2 years? Yi Xing thought silently. At the same time, he confirmed the direction and looked in the direction of the Dark Star sect with his void-breaking god eye. The void-breaking god eye pierced through the void. Yi Xing's heart had already flown towards the Dark Star sect. Chapter 822. In the eastern sea region of the Star Continent, there was an island with a radius of several thousand li, shrouded in layers of fog. This was the headquarters of the Dark Star sect, the Dark Star Island. These layers of fog were all formed by formations and restrictions. Even a Star Ocean Realm king would get lost inside, unable to discover the existence of the Dark Star Island. Yi Xing used his void-shattering god eyes, and his gaze pierced through the layers of the void. He knew the location of the Dark Star Island, but he had to search for a while before he could find it. The layers of fog outside the Dark Star Island naturally couldn't block the void-shattering god eye's gaze. However, what made Yi Xing astonished was that the fog outside the Dark Star Island had actually disappeared. It wasn't because the void-shattering god eyes had pierced through it, but because it didn't exist in the first place. In such a situation, either the Dark Star sect had removed the formation outside the island, or someone had broken the formation outside the island. Regardless, it was a big matter for the Dark Star sect. The void-shattering god eyes continued forward, and soon saw the Dark Star Island. In the sky above the Dark Star Island, a huge flying ship stopped in the void. Yi Xing recognized this flying ship. 2 years ago, he had been chased by the Supreme King Meng Tai in the Green Cloud Mountain Range. This was a high-grade profound-grade flying ship, 30 meters wide and 100 meters long. It could carry more than 10,000 people. The Supreme King Meng Tai's flying ship appeared in the sky above the Dark Star Island, and the result was obvious. Meng Tai was leading the Great Yuan dynasty's martial artists to attack the Dark Star sect. At this moment, there were only a few dozen people on the flying ship. However, there were 2 large groups standing on both sides of the ship. Each group had several thousand people, adding up to 10,000 people. These people were standing in the air. Each and every one of them was an astral-reaching realm warrior. An army of about 10,000 warriors was an extremely powerful army. However, the several dozen people on the flying ship were even more frightening. They were all kings. The Supreme King Meng Tai stood at the front of the group of kings. Yi Xing's expression changed. Seeing Meng Tai, a killing intent appeared in his heart. Beside Meng Tai, there was a man standing shoulder to shoulder with him. Seeing this man, Yi Xing was also filled with killing intent. It was Zhui Yupeng, who had been possessed by the King of Death Spirit. The Dark Star Island was extremely hidden and the Great Yuan Empire did not know where the headquarters of the Dark Star sect was located. However, Zhui Yupeng, the young sect leader of the Dark Star sect, was extremely familiar with the Dark Star Island. Although Zhui Yupeng had been possessed by the King of Death Spirit, his memory had not been erased. It was not surprising that he had colluded with Meng Tai and led the Great Yuan dynasty to Dark Star Island. However, logically speaking, Zhui Yupeng had already been possessed and betrayed 2 years ago. At that time, he could have led the Great Yuan dynasty to attack Dark Star Island. Why did he wait 2 years to carry out this step? When Yixing noticed Zhuo Yupeng's cultivation, he immediately understood. After not seeing him for 2 years, not only had Zhuo Yupeng broken through to the star C tier, but he had also become a 3-star king. In the past 2 years, Yixing had advanced from a 7-star supremacy to a 1-star king. This was already a godly improvement. However, Zhuo Yupeng had advanced from a 9-star supremacy to a 3-star king. This was even more heaven-defying than Yixing. However, there was still a difference between the two. Although Yixing had experienced some fortuitous encounters, his cultivation base was cultivated step by step. On the other hand, Zhuo Yupeng had been possessed by the King of Death Spirit. This King of Death Spirit was not an ordinary king in the world of death. He was a 7th-star C-realm high-level king. After possessing Zhuo Yupeng's body, the increase in his cultivation was not so much cultivation as recovery. As long as there was enough energy for him to devour, his cultivation would be able to increase rapidly. In the past 2 years, Zhuo Yupeng had harmed countless living beings before his cultivation had rapidly increased to the 3rd-star C-realm. In the Star Continent, the only 4-star king was the Great Yuan Supremacy King Meng Tai. Zhuo Yupeng could not devour enough energy in a short period of time to recover to the 4th-star C-realm. Therefore, he stopped cultivating and joined forces with the Supremacy King Meng Tai to attack the Dark Star sect. As early as 10 days ago, Meng Tai had led the Great Yuan dynasty's army and attacked the Dark Star Island. Because of Zhuo Yupeng's betrayal, the Dark Star sect's formation elder Ling Daochen had added a few new level 5 formations outside the Dark Star Island. Zhuo Yupeng knew the details of the previous formations, so those new formations could only last for 10 days. Today, all the formations outside the Dark Star Island had been broken. The two sides were about to engage in close combat, and the battle was about to begin. Yixing was anxious. He was more than 10 million li away from the Dark Star Island. Although his current speed was extremely fast, rushing back to the Dark Star sect would still take a long time. Even if he rushed to the nearest middle-rank empire and used the teleportation formation to return to the Dark Star Island, it would still take some time. The battle between the Dark Star sect and the Great Yuan dynasty was about to begin, and Yixing would not be able to participate in it. Yixing's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately thought of the void-piercing arrow. He could use the void-piercing arrow to attack, but he had obtained 3 void-piercing arrows in the Heavenly Bao Hall. One of them had killed Huyan Long, and the other had killed Xing Yan. Now, there was only one left. If I had known that the situation would be so urgent when I returned to the Star Land, I would have kept all 3 void-piercing arrows. Yixing thought to himself, and he could not help but feel a little regretful. If there were 3 void-piercing arrows, Yixing would have shot 1 arrow each at Meng Tai and Zhuo Yupeng. However, with only 1 void-piercing arrow left, Yixing did not dare to act rashly. He could only attack when he needed it the most. Yixing stood in the sky above the Green Cloud mountain range, using his god eyes of void piercing, and looking at the Dark Star Island from afar. He was constantly paying attention to the situation on the Dark Star Island. On the Dark Star Island, the disciples of the Dark Star sect had already retreated to the plaza outside the main hall of the Dark Star sect. The disciples below the Honorable Realm had retreated to the main hall of the Dark Star sect. The main hall of the Dark Star sect was protected by a powerful formation. These disciples were the future strength, and they were of no use to the current war. Naturally, they would stay in the main hall of the Dark Star sect in a safe place. As for the martial artists above the Honorable Realm, regardless of whether they were disciples of the younger generation or elders, they had all gathered in the plaza, preparing for the final battle with the Great Yuan dynasty. The kings of the Dark Star sect stood at the forefront. Yixing saw Wei Qingxian and the Black Biao King among these kings. Wei Qingshuan's body emitted the aura of a king. She had already become a 1-star king, and her body contained an extremely terrifying power. Only with the powerful vision of the god eyes of void piercing could he see the hidden power in Wei Qingshuan's body. Naturally, other martial artists would not be able to see it. Yixing knew that Wei Qingxian was the daughter of a prime. Then, the power in her body was naturally the power of a prime's bloodline. No wonder it was so terrifying. It was like there was a huge dragon hidden in her body. Yi Xing had obtained the true god's blood essence left behind by Luo Tiangong, and had successfully established a peak-grade imperial body. Wei Qingxian had the prime's blood flowing in her body, which was even more superior than the true god's blood essence. Presumably, establishing a peak-grade imperial body would not be a problem. Chapter 823. Yi Xing knew all the kings of the Dark Star sect. There were a total of 15 kings, 1 supreme sect master, 1 sect master, 2 star envoys, 4 guardian kings, and 7 elders. Now that Wei Qingxian was added, there should be 16 kings, but Yi Xing only saw 13. Only 13 kings? Why are there 3 missing? The Great Yuan dynasty has more than 60 kings. How can they stop them? Yi Xing was secretly anxious. Even though they knew that Wei Qingxian possessed a terrifying bloodline of the 9 supremes, the Great Yuan dynasty still had the advantage in numbers. Moreover, the supreme king Meng Tai was a 4-star king, and his strength could not be underestimated. There was also Zhui Yupeng, whose real identity was the Death Spirit King. To be able to recover to a 3-star king in 2 years, one could see that his true realm was very high, and his strength was probably not something a king of the same realm could contend against. Yi Xing glanced at the kings of the Dark Star sect and knew who the 3 missing kings were. Guardian King Zhua Jiangong, Elder Lin Jindao, and Zhao Wenfeng weren't here. At this moment, the Dark Star sect was facing a crisis of life and death, but these 3 kings weren't here. Most likely, they were no longer in this world. A total of 3 kings had fallen, and one of them was even a 2nd-level Astral Sea Realm Guardian King. It could be seen that the Dark Star sect had not had a good time these 2 years. In the sky above the Dark Star Island, the Great Yuan dynasty's army was pressing down on the island, and its aura was like dark clouds covering the sky, making it hard for people to breathe. Meng Tai stood at the front of the ship, and his gaze swept down as he laughed. Traitors of the Dark Star sect, your last support has already turned into nothingness. Without the protection of the formation, you are like fish on the chopping block in front of this king's army, waiting to be slaughtered, huh? Now, this king will give you one last chance. Those who choose to be loyal to this king will be spared from death, and this king will reward you with wealth and glory. Those who choose to be enemies with the Great Yuan dynasty will be killed without mercy, and this king will grant you an incomplete corpse. Whoosh! A figure soared into the sky and stopped 1,000 meters away from the ship. At this moment, he had a tall figure, black hair, and naked upper body. His muscles were like dragons, filled with a sense of wildness. It was the Dark Star sect's left emissary, Black Biao King. Black Biao King's gaze landed on Meng Tai, and said, Tai, ever since the Dark Star sect was founded, our martial artists have always been free, and will never become your Meng clan's dogs. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Let's fight. 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 Today, if you want to fight, let's fight. Fight battle King, Black Biao. Biao King knew that the Dark Star sect could not resist. If a great battle broke out, the scene would be chaotic. With a strong enemy like Meng Tai, the Black Biao King would have no time to care about anything else. If he could injure or even kill Meng Tai in a one-on-one battle, as long as he made Meng Tai lose his ability to battle, then with the Black Tiger King's strength, he would be able to fight more than 10 kings from the Dayuan Empire without Meng Tai's obstruction. Then, the pressure on the other Dark Star sect's kings would be greatly reduced. Meng Tai sneered and said, Black Biao, do you think you can save the Dark Star sect from danger by yourself? Ha. Fine, if you want to fight, I'll fight with you. I'll let you see the 10,000 years of accumulation of my Meng clan. While speaking, Meng Tai had already flown out of the ship. A mystic high-grade treasure saber appeared in his hand, and as he charged toward Black Biao King, he slashed down with his saber. The saber was like a dazzling golden light, instantly splitting the void in half. This saber was extremely domineering, and its power was shocking. Most of the kings looked at Meng Tai's saber and secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. Among the kings present, there were only a few who could withstand Meng Tai's saber. Black Biao King was obviously one of these few. Facing this saber, Black Biao King's expression was normal as he punched out. The fist energy was like a dark light that scattered out, instantly covering a large part of the sky, and collided with the saber. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the golden saber broke through the void airflow, but it could not break through the pitch-black fist energy. When the two forces collided, intertwining dark and golden ripples bloomed, and instantly rushed out in all directions. Both of them were extremely powerful. Their attacks were as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, they had completed a round of attacks. Then, the saber aura and the dark fist aura continued to collide. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had collided at least 10 times. Boom 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 boom, the explosions were endless. To the venerable ones, because the process of the exchange was too fast, they only heard one explosion. This exchange of blows in the blink of an eye was just a probing attack. In the blink of an eye, both of them were dozens of miles away. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two starlights soared into the sky. Black Biao King and Meng Tai used their astrology at the same time. Black Biao King's astrology was pitch black, and it was an extreme dark attribute astrology. Meng Tai's astrology was golden light, and it was an extreme metal attribute astrology. Heaven breaking 13 slashes, die! Meng Tai shouted. The extreme metal attribute astrology emitted a brilliant golden light, causing his strength to increase by several times. Heaven breaking 13 slashes, an upper-grade Xuanwu martial art of the Meng clan. It was a secret technique of the Meng clan, and it was extremely powerful among upper-grade Xuanwu martial arts. Meng Tai's body also emitted a golden light, revealing an extremely powerful physique. This was the result of cultivating the Golden Dipper battle force. Not only did it strengthen the physical body, but it also strengthened the astral energy. When using the Golden Dipper battle force, the heaven-breaking 13 slashes was even more terrifying. Dark Aurora Fist. Black Biao King also exploded with terrifying strength. His Dark Star Xian body had been cultivated to the greater success stage, and his physique was even stronger than Meng Tai's. The extreme dark attribute astrology poured down surging dark astral energy, and the Black Biao King's upper-grade Xuanwu martial art, Dark Aurora Fist, exploded in power. Heaven-breaking 13 slashes was a saber technique that maximized both strength and speed. Dark Aurora Fist also pursued speed. In the blink of an eye, Meng Tai had already slashed 10 times, and every slash was blocked by the Black Biao King's Dark Aurora Fist. The exchange between the two seemed to be evenly matched, but Meng Tai's heaven-breaking 13 slashes were stronger with each slash. After 10 slashes, the strength of the saber energy had already surpassed the fist energy. The Black Biao King could feel the strength of the saber energy gradually increasing. If it wasn't for his Dark Star Xian body being strong enough, he would have been forced back by the first 10 slashes. But after all, he had already cultivated his Dark Star Xian body to the greater success stage, and his darkness force was at the greater perfection stage. Although he was slightly at a disadvantage, it wasn't particularly difficult for him to receive his opponent's attacks. In the blink of an eye, Meng Tai had already slashed 12 times, and laughed loudly. Black Biao, you haven't changed much from 2 years ago, but this king has already cultivated all of the heaven-breaking 13 slashes, haha. 13th slash, slash out, die. Chapter 824. A resplendent golden light shot out along with Meng Tai's laughter. Heaven-breaking 13 slashes, the 13th move. If the first 12 moves were said to be a gradual increase in strength, then the 13th move was an explosive leap. The reason why the heaven-breaking 13 slashes was so powerful was because of the 13th move. After the accumulation of the blade aura from the first 12 moves, the 13th move would be unleashed in one go. Meng Tai's strength was only at the level of a late-stage 4-star king before he used the heaven-breaking 13 slashes. But after using it, his strength had increased greatly, reaching the peak of the 4-star king level. The corresponding strength of a late-stage 4-star king could only be considered mid-tier among the 4-star kings. It was not even considered upper tier, let alone the peak. The 13th move of the heaven-breaking 13 slashes was enough to sweep through 4-star kings. It would be hard for anyone in the same realm to contend against it. Therefore, when the 13th slash was executed, Meng Tai was laughing heartily. He was in a very good mood. In the Star Continent, the only one who could contend against him, the Black Biao King, was about to be slain by his saber. He wanted to prove to everyone that he, Meng Tai, as the supreme king of the Star Continent, was also supreme and invincible. In the Blue Cloud Mountain Range, Yixing used his void-shattering god eyes to observe from afar. He had already taken out his crimson flame bow and knocked the last void-shattering arrow, ready to shoot at any time. The strength that Meng Tai had erupted with at this moment had already made Yixing want to make a move. However, the void-shattering god eye's vision was extremely sharp. When Meng Tai attacked, Yixing noticed that the Black Tiger King's aura did not panic at all, and his expression was also very calm. Facing Meng Tai's attack, the Black Tiger King did not show any fear. Instead, he sneered. Yixing was surprised. Looking at the Black Tiger King's performance, he seemed to have the confidence to block Meng Tai's attack. This made Yixing suppress the thought of shooting the void-shattering arrow. In the sky above the Dark Star Island, the Black Tiger King sneered facing Meng Tai's terrifying attack, "You've already improved. Do you think I, the Black Tiger King, can't compare to you? You should also experience my sex ultimate move, Black Dragon 9 Styles." As he spoke, the Black Tiger King's move changed, and his fist turned into a palm as he pushed out. At this moment, the Black Panther King's aura skyrocketed, erupting with a pressure that caused one's heart to palpitate. Vaguely, 9 black dragon silhouettes appeared, coiling around the Black Panther King's body. Following the Black Tiger King's push, 2 black dragon phantoms instantly materialized and charged forward. The black dragon silhouette only gave off an oppressive aura. However, when the black dragon silhouette materialized, its oppressive aura had already solidified. Even the surrounding space was pushed aside and solidified. Bang bang, the 2 black dragons collided with the terrifying saber aura at the same time, resulting in an earth-shaking explosion. This slash was enough to sweep through 4-star kings. Some ordinary 4-star kings wouldn't even be able to block this slash and would be chopped down. However, before the 2 black dragons, this terrifying slash was completely destroyed in the blink of an eye. What? How could this be? The kings of the Dayuan dynasty were all shocked. The most shocked was none other than the supreme king, Meng Tai. He knew how powerful the last move of the heaven-breaking 13 slashes was. Originally, Meng Tai thought that he was invincible and didn't have much motivation to improve his strength. However, after knowing that the Black Panther King could contend against him, Meng Tai's fighting spirit was reignited. Since he was able to become a 4-star king, he was already one of the top geniuses of the Star Continent. Moreover, he had already cultivated the heaven-breaking 13 slashes to a critical point. He was only one step away from completing the 13 slashes. Under the pressure of the Black Panther King, he finally took that step and completed the heaven-breaking 13 slashes, greatly increasing his strength. He originally thought that after completing the 13th slash, he would be able to win against the Black Panther King. Who would have thought that the Black Panther King's strength would increase greatly in these 2 years, and he would have mastered a martial art that was even more heaven-defying than the heaven-breaking 13 slashes. The 9 styles of the Black Dragon was the Dark Star Sect's supreme martial art. Zhuo Hongyuan had learned it from the Dark Star Divine Palace. Even in the Dark Star Divine Palace, the 9 styles of the Black Dragon was a first-class upper-grade black martial art. Its power was not inferior to that of a supreme-grade black martial art. Naturally, it was much more powerful than the heaven-breaking 13 slashes, which was considered powerful in the Star Continent. After all, the heaven-breaking 13 slashes could only be considered as ordinary amongst high-grade profound martial arts in the Dark Star Divine Palace. The 9 styles of the Black Dragon had always been a martial art exclusive to the sect master of the Dark Star sect. Only the sect master had the qualifications to cultivate it. However, 2 years ago, Yi Xing, the fiend's star, had fallen, and the young sect master, Zhui Yupeng, had been possessed. The Dark Star sect could be said to be in a precarious situation. In order to deal with the future dangers of the Dark Star sect, the Star Dragon King and the Sovereign Sect's King Xiaomu had discussed and decided to let the Red Panther King cultivate the 9 styles of the Black Dragon. Back then, Zhuang Yuan hadn't been able to complete the 9 styles of the Black Dragon. He had only cultivated it to the level of 4 Dragon Strike. The 9 styles of the Black Dragon that he had left behind was only an incomplete version. The more powerful a martial art was, the more difficult it was to cultivate. Other than Zhuang Yuan, none of the Dark Star sect masters had ever cultivated the 9 styles of the Black Dragon. Most of them had only cultivated 1 style, and a few had cultivated 2 styles. For example, the Star Dragon King and King Xiaomu had only cultivated 1 style and could only attack 1 Black Dragon. The fact that the Black Panther King was able to comprehend the Dark Force to its peak when he was a 3-star king showed how high his comprehension ability was. His 9 styles of the Black Dragon was indeed much faster than the Star Dragon King and King Xiaomu. In just 2 years, he had cultivated 2 styles. From what had happened today, the Star Dragon King and King Xiaomu's decision to let the Black Panther King cultivate the 9 styles of the Black Dragon was clearly a wise decision. The 2 black dragons that the Black Panther King had attacked with were 300 meters long. The dragon's aura was so strong that it was almost material. It made the Black Panther King look even more dignified, giving off a feeling that one couldn't look straight at him. Meng Tai, what kind of bullshit title is this? It's time for today to end. Die. The Black Panther King shouted and continued to use the 9 styles of the Black Dragon. The 2 black dragons roared and rushed toward Meng Tai. Although there was shock in Meng Tai's eyes, he didn't panic. His eyes were very calm. You want to kill me? You're still far from it. Meng Tai shouted coldly. He put away his dark weapon and formed a hand seal with both hands. Whoosh! A green sword flew out of thin air. As soon as the sword appeared, it shone brightly, illuminating the entire sky. The sword light flashed and turned into a huge green dragon. The green dragon's length exceeded 300 meters. It was close to 1,000 meters. It formed a circle and protected Meng Tai in the middle. Boom! Boom! In less than a blink of an eye, the 2 black dragons arrived in front of Meng Tai. The green dragon formed by the green sword immediately stretched out its claws. Rip! The green dragon's claws contained terrifying power. The 2 black dragons were instantly torn apart. However, sweat faintly appeared on Meng Tai's forehead. The green dragon seemed to be under his control, but it was very strenuous for him to do so. After blocking the attacks of the 2 black dragons, Meng Tai shouted, "What are you waiting for? Slaughter them all." Chapter 825. After Meng Tai yelled at the Daiyuan dynasty martial artists, he turned to the Black Tiger King and smiled coldly. Hee hee. Black Tiger, my Daiyuan dynasty's 10,000 years of accumulation isn't something you can imagine. With the dynasty's dragon luck protecting me, even a 5-star king can't do anything to me, let alone you. Meng Tai's expression was filled with pride. The Daiyuan dynasty had ruled the Star Continent for 10,000 years. For 10,000 years, the Daiyuan dynasty was the orthodox and was recognized by the martial artists of the Star Continent. Moreover, every time the Outer Realm Star Continent opened, it was the Daiyuan dynasty's core martial artists who took the Star Continent's fate. As time passed, the dynasty accumulated a huge amount of fate. This was the dynasty's dragon luck. To destroy a dynasty, one must first destroy its fate. When Yi Xing was in the Star Continent, he had taken the Star Continent's fate the last time the Outer Realm Star Continent opened, which had damaged the Daiyuan dynasty's dragon luck. However, the Daiyuan dynasty's fate that had been accumulated for 10,000 years was too thick. When there was a 4-star king, it was also when the dynasty's dragon luck was at its peak. A single destruction was unable to shake its foundation. Moreover, in these 2 years when Yi Xing wasn't in the Star Continent, the Dark Star sect had been suppressed to the point that they had to defend their headquarters. The Daiyuan dynasty's control over the Star Continent had greatly increased, and its fate had recovered. Therefore, the dynasty's dragon luck that Meng Tai had taken out was extremely powerful, reaching the level of a 5-star king. The dynasty's capital had a fate-gathering altar. Only at the altar could the dynasty's dragon luck be controlled freely. If the dragon luck was taken out of the capital, it would be extremely difficult to control it. Although Meng Tai was a 4-star king, controlling the dynasty's dragon luck that was equivalent to a 5-star king was still quite strenuous. He could only use it for defense and couldn't control its attack. As for the current situation, Meng Tai only needed to defend against the Black Tiger King's attack. In Meng Tai's opinion, the Dark Star sect's true enemy was the Black Tiger King. As long as he delayed the Black Tiger King, the Daiyuan dynasty still had more than 60 kings, including a few 3-star kings. On the other hand, the Dark Star sect only had a dozen or so kings, and only one 3-star king. Once the battle started, the Dark Star sect would definitely be crushed. Under Meng Tai's order, the 60 kings all flew out of the flying ship. They all exploded with terrifying auras as they looked at the Dark Star sect's martial artists with cold smiles on their faces. The kings of the Dark Star sect also flew into the sky. The sect leader, Star Dragon King, fixed his gaze on Zhui Yupeng. Looking at his son, there was no warmth on his face, only extreme killing intent. "Give me back Peng Er's life." Zhuyu angrily, "Zhumu. King King, 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 King King, 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 and King, King. King. King King, King, King 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 King." 9 moves. Outside of King Xiaomu's body, 9 indistinct shadows of black dragons instantly appeared. With a push of his palm, one of the black dragons rushed out and clawed at Zhui Yupeng's head. King King, SS King, King, SSSSS King King, S, King. S King 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 King. S King 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 King, King 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 King. Wei Qingxian yelled, "Extreme Ice Seal." Wei Qingxian pushed her palms forward, and the air in front of her turned into cold mist. Ice crystals appeared in the air. The cold mist and ice crystals moved thousands of meters forward at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. More than half of the kings of the Great Yuan dynasty were within this range. Their bodies trembled, and they were instantly covered by ice crystals, turning into ice sculptures. Even the astral light attacks from the few 3-star kings were no exception, and they were all frozen by the ice crystals. The weaker 1-star kings were frozen by the ice crystals and fell from the sky. As for the 3-star kings, they rushed out of the ice sculptures in the blink of an eye. Their faces were pale, and their bodies were trembling from the cold. Their eyes were filled with shock. Many kings of the Great Yuan dynasty also struggled out of the ice sculptures. However, they were stronger than the kings of the Great Yuan dynasty, and they paid a higher price. They were all pale, and they spat out mouthfuls of blood. Wei Qingxuan's move had dealt with more than half of the kings of the Great Yuan dynasty. She had also heavily injured more than 10 people. As for the remaining kings of the Great Yuan dynasty, they were still falling from the ice sculptures. It looked like they were in grave danger. Wei Qingxuan's cultivation was only at the first level of the Star Sea realm. A mere 1-star king had actually exploded with such terrifying strength. Whether it was the Dark Star sect or the Great Yuan dynasty's martial artists, they all sucked in a breath of cold air, greatly shocked. As for Yi Xing, who was watching from afar with his void-breaking god eyes, he had already expected this. The power of the sovereign bloodline in Wei Qingxuan's body was too strong. When used on any martial arts, the power would become extremely terrifying. That extreme ice seal was something that even the strongest kings of the 4 stars couldn't block. Wei Qingxuan's strength seemed to be even stronger than the Black Biao kings. The kings of the Great Yuan dynasty were all shocked by Wei Qingxuan's move. Fear rose in their hearts, and they didn't dare to fight anymore. They hurriedly retreated. Only Zhui Yupeng didn't retreat. Facing King Xiao Mu's attack, he instantly counterattacked. Boom! Zhui Yupeng's 5 fingers formed a claw and grabbed at the black dragon's body. A claw aura instantly enlarged, and the black dragon's body was crushed by this claw. Then, the 5 fingers pressed down and rapidly shrunk, grabbing at King Xiao Mu's head. In the blink of an eye, Zhui Yupeng's attack had caused King Xiao Mu to feel a fatal threat. Although the giant claw shrunk rapidly, its power didn't change. As it descended, the space below collapsed layer by layer. Before the claw arrived, King Xiao Mu already felt a terrifying pressure descend. It was as if the space had solidified, making it impossible for him to dodge. The claw's power was so terrifying that if it grabbed his head, it would definitely split open and he would die in one strike. Under the threat of death, King Xiao Mu's potential completely erupted. The astral energy within his body burned, and his aura instantly soared. He forcefully broke through the compressed space and rushed to the side. King Xiao Mu's strength was already at the peak of the 3 stars kings. At this moment, his strength was unleashed, and his desire to live almost caused him to erupt with the speed of a 4 stars king. However, compared to Zhui Yupeng's claw, it was still a bit too slow. Prince Filial Wood's body was bent forward. He had barely passed his head when Prince Filial Wood's claw had already landed on his shoulder. Rip! King Xiao Mu's entire arm was instantly ripped off by this claw. His body was heavily injured, and he fiercely fell to the ground. He was already vomiting blood in the air. Zhui Yupeng's attack also shocked the Dark Star Sect's martial artists. They never expected that Zhui Yupeng, who was just a High Lord 2 years ago, would have such heaven-defying strength now. Chapter 826. Even Yi Xing, who had expected Zhui Yupeng's strength, was surprised. Although Zhui Yupeng did not kill King Xiao Mu, the strength that Zhui Yupeng displayed was not inferior to Wei Qingxian in Yi Xing's eyes. Although Wei Qingxian dealt with dozens of kings in one move and looked powerful, Wei Qingshuan's move was originally a wide-range attack. As for Zhui Yupeng, Yi Xing could naturally see that the previous attack was just a casual one. He had not used his true strength yet. Originally, he thought that the strongest person in the Daiyuan dynasty was the Supreme King Meng Tai. Unexpectedly, the strongest person was Zhui Yupeng. This made Yi Xing secretly glad that he had not been in a hurry to shoot the void-piercing arrow. This last void-piercing arrow should have been used to deal with Zhui Yupeng. Zhui Yupeng did not continue to pursue after severely injuring King Xiao Mu. Instead, his gaze turned and fell on Wei Qingxian in the distance. The kings of the Daiyuan dynasty had all retreated. Only Zhui Yupeng's aura was still soaring. Wei Qingshuan's gaze also looked at Zhui Yupeng. You are the beauty that this body of mine can't forget. Not bad, you are indeed a peerless beauty. I really did not expect you to have such powerful strength. Hee hee. Zhui Yupeng laughed and said, this body of mine covets your beauty and wants to sleep with you. However, I am interested in the strength in your body and want to eat you. Hee 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 hee. As he spoke, Zhui Yupeng licked his lips and his voice became sharper and sharper. A mere 1-star king's body contains such powerful strength. Your bloodline must be heaven-defying. After eating you, I will definitely be able to recover to a higher level of cultivation and become the ruler of the star continent. At this moment, waves of black aura surged out from Zhui Yupeng. His entire body was shrouded in black fog. The black fog spread out and was 1,000 feet in size. Its shape was like the head of an evil spirit. Together with Zhui Yupeng's sharp voice, it was like a devil had descended. It was a terrifying feeling. The kings of the Great Yuan dynasty had never seen Zhui Yupeng in such a state before. Looking at the black fog ghost in the sky, they all felt fear in their hearts. At this moment, the only one who could see Zhui Yupeng's body clearly was Yi Xing, who was thousands of miles away. The black fog surrounding Zhui Yupeng's body naturally could not block the Void Breaker God Eye's vision. The current Zhui Yupeng was completely different from his normal state. His skin was completely covered by a layer of black runes. Yi Xing could see that the black runes contained a powerful energy. Furthermore, it caused Zhui Yupeng's body to become as tough as a profound armament. A third eye opened on Zhui Yupeng's forehead. The eyeball was grayish-white, without any hint of life. Clearly, it wasn't a normal martial path heavenly eye, but a kind of eye technique. This was one of the eye techniques of the realm of death, the Eye of Death. As soon as Zhui Yupeng opened Azura's eye, not only did his eyesight become much stronger, even his senses became sharper. He immediately sensed that someone was watching him. Under normal circumstances, Zhui Yupeng would not suspect anything when he felt this gaze. However, he was now in the black fog, and ordinary warriors could not see him at all. Being watched at this time naturally aroused Zhui Yupeng's vigilance. However, Zhui Yupeng immediately felt relieved because a third eye opened in the center of Wei Qingxuan's forehead. The eyeball was constantly changing and rotating. Obviously, it was not a normal martial path heavenly eye, but a kind of eye technique, which penetrated the black fog and saw him. Thinking of this, Zhui Yupeng naturally dispelled the doubts in his heart. Wei Qingxuan's eye technique was inherited from the bloodline memory. It was a god-level eye technique of the Holy Land Samsara Palace, the Samsara Divine Eye. Although the Samsara Divine Eye could not penetrate layers of hollow like the Void Breaker God Eyes, it could easily see through the black fog outside Zhui Yupeng's body. Zhui Yupeng had been possessed by the King of Death Spirit, so he was no longer a normal human being. Or rather, he was not a human being at all. Whether for justice or selfishness, Wei Qingxian wanted to kill Zhui Yupeng. Go to hell. The Samsara Divine Eye locked onto Zhui Yupeng's body. Wei Qingxian yelled and rushed over like a flash of light. At the same time, Wei Qingxian had already slapped out. A mist-like palm print moved faster than her body and slapped into the black fog in an instant. The mist-like palm print was extremely keen and cold. Wherever it passed, the void was frozen. Wei Qingxuan's previous palm print had spread the cold air over thousands of meters and attacked dozens of kings. Now, the amount of cold air was not reduced. Instead, it increased and condensed into only one palm print. One could imagine how terrifying this palm print was. 3-star kings could escape from the previous wide-range attacks. However, if they were hit by this palm print, they would definitely die. Even 4-star kings could not resist it. Hee hee. Zhui Yupeng's laughter came out of the black fog. Although Wei Qingxuan's palm print was terrifying, Zhui Yupeng did not take it seriously. He rushed toward the palm print. His body was his most powerful weapon. Bang! The mist-like palm print hit Zhui Yupeng and immediately froze him. However, Zhui Yupeng's body continued to shoot forward. The layer of ice outside his body crumbled. It can't freeze you? Wei Qingxuan's eyes were filled with surprise. Her expression immediately became serious. The Dark Star Sect's martial artists were also nervous. Now, the Black Tiger King and Meng Tai were locked in a stalemate. Wei Qingxian had burst out with such terrifying strength. She had completely become the Dark Star Sect's savior. They had all seen Zhui Yupeng's strength. If Wei Qingxian was defeated, the Dark Star Sect would have no way to survive. Therefore, this battle was the battle of the Dark Star Sect's destiny. Seeing that Wei Qingxuan's cold air could not freeze Zhui Yupeng, the Dark Star Sect's martial artists became nervous. Little beauty, you are indeed powerful. However, it's a pity that you are still a little weaker than me. He. Zhui Yupeng sneered. His 10 fingers suddenly lengthened and sharp claws grew out of his fingertips. They were like blades that shone with a cold light. Swoosh 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 swoosh, in the blink of an eye, Zhui Yupeng rushed in front of Wei Qingxian. His hands formed into claws and clawed continuously. In the blink of an eye, countless claw prints had struck out. The claw prints tore the void apart and enveloped Wei Qingxian in all directions. Wei Qingxian pushed the bloodline power in her body to the limit. Her palms turned into fists. In an instant, streaks of icy fist energy attacked in all directions and collided with the Claw Prince. Although Wei Qingxuan's strength was powerful, she was still at a disadvantage in terms of cultivation. Moreover, she cultivated the Dark Star Xian body and her physical body was not as strong as her opponent's. In less than 30 moves, she was at a disadvantage. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged nearly 30 moves and it had only been 2 to 3 breaths of time. Seeing that her opponent's physical body was powerful, Wei Qingxian immediately gave up on close combat. She retreated quickly and shouted, "Light of Reincarnation." Chapter 827. Whoosh! A multicolored light shot out from Wei Qingxuan's Samsara Divine Eye. The Samsara Divine Eye was an offensive eye technique. Although it wasn't as powerful as the void-breaking Divine Eye, it was still an extremely powerful attack. The power of this Samsara Divine Eye was terrifying. Even an ordinary 5-star king wouldn't be able to block it. In other words, if Meng Tai faced Wei Qingxuan's Samsara Divine Eye, he might not be able to block it even with his Dynasty Dragon luck. The attack power of a 5-star king was more than enough to kill a 4-star king. The Black Tiger King's life would be in danger if he faced this Samsara Divine Eye. However, Zhui Yupeng was clearly stronger than the Black Tiger King and Meng Tai. Wei Qingxuan's Samsara Divine Eye didn't scare him away. Wei Qingxian retreated, but Zhui Yupeng chased after her like a shadow. At the same time, he shouted, "Death Ray!" Whoosh! Zhui Yupeng's eyes of death also shot out a ray of light. This was a pitch-black ray of light, but it contained a terrifying penetrative power. The moment the death ray appeared, the void in front of it was instantly pierced through. The death ray actually pierced through the void, directly passing through the Samsara Divine Eye and appearing in front of Wei Qingxian in an instant. Puff! The death ray struck Wei Qingxuan's body. The profound grade inner armor was instantly pierced through like it was nothing. Although the death ray was only an extremely thin thread, its power was terrifying. The moment it pierced through Wei Qingxuan's body, it exploded and destroyed a large amount of flesh. A bowl-sized hole appeared in Wei Qingxuan's chest. The Dark Star Sex martial artists all cried out in alarm, their expressions changing. If it were a low-grade king body, such an injury wouldn't be fatal, but it would still cause great damage to their vitality. They would lose their ability to fight for a short period of time and be at the mercy of others. When the death ray struck Wei Qingxian, the Samsara Divine Eye also struck Zhui Yupeng. At this instant, the dark runes on Zhui Yupeng's body emitted a resplendent light that collided with the light of reincarnation. Sparks flew in all directions, and Zhui Yupeng's body was sent flying by the terrifying power contained within the light of reincarnation. However, Zhui Yupeng only flew for 1,000 meters before stabilizing his body. At this time, the black fog outside his body was dispersed by the light of reincarnation, and his body was clearly visible to everyone. Zhui Yupeng patted his body and revealed a devilish smile. A very powerful attack. Unfortunately, it's still a little lacking. If you were a 2-star king, you would definitely be able to kill me. However, you aren't. Therefore, you can only become my storage item. Ha 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 ha. While Zhui Yupeng was speaking, the wound on Wei Qingxuan's chest had already healed. Yi Xing's prediction was correct. Wei Qingxian had indeed constructed an immortal body. This bit of injury was nothing to her. However, Wei Qingxuan's expression was grim. Zhui Yupeng's physical body was too powerful. Her light of reincarnation could kill a 4-star king, and even a 5-star king would be severely injured. However, Zhui Yupeng had taken it head-on. As her trump card, the light of reincarnation could not be used multiple times. With her current cultivation, she could only use the light of reincarnation 3 times at most. Judging from Zhui Yupeng's physical defense, the chances of killing him after using the light of reincarnation 3 times were not high. In fact, it might even be difficult to severely injure him. Even Yi Xing's void-piercing arrow could reach the level of a 5-star king. However, even he did not have the confidence to kill Zhui Yupeng in one shot. It was precisely because of this that Yi Xing was not in a hurry to use the void-piercing arrow. There was only one void-piercing arrow. He was waiting for an opportunity to kill Zhui Yupeng in one shot. After watching the exchange between Wei Qingxian and Zhui Yupeng, Yi Xing had already found such an opportunity. He only needed to wait for the opportunity to deal a fatal blow to Zhui Yupeng. Above Dark Star Island, the martial artists of the Dark Star sect and the Great Yuan dynasty were watching from afar. There were only 4 people fighting in the air. The Black Biao King was fighting Meng Tai, while Wei Qingxian was fighting Zhui Yupeng. Meng Tai was in an invincible position with the dynasty's draconic luck protecting him. He took the initiative to counterattack the Black Biao King, causing the Black Biao King to be unable to pay attention to the battle between Wei Qingxian and Zhui Yupeng. After a short pause between Wei Qingxian and Zhui Yupeng charged toward Wei Qingxian again. Ghost-rending soul-chasing claw. Before Zhui Yupeng's body arrived, numerous claw marks attacked first. Wei Qingxian knew that she would not be able to gain any advantage in a head-on clash with Zhui Yupeng. She could only retreat and use her reincarnation divine eye again. The dazzling light of reincarnation shot out with terrifying power toward Zhui Yupeng. This is the moment. In the Azure Cloud Mountain range, Yi Xing smiled faintly and shot out the void-piercing arrow in his hand. Hee hee. Zhui Yupeng sneered and ignored the attack of the light of reincarnation. The death eye on his forehead blinked and shot out a death ray. The death ray did not collide with the light of reincarnation. It pierced through the void and shot toward Wei Qingxuan's body. Although the death ray was not as powerful as the light of reincarnation, its ability to pierce through the void was extremely difficult to deal with. Although Wei Qingxian had a supreme-grade imperial body and an immortal body, no one was willing to have a big hole in their body. Moreover, the immortal body also consumed vitality to heal injuries. Once the vitality was exhausted, the immortal body would become an ordinary body. Wei Qingxian immediately took out a green shield in front of her. It was a defensive dark weapon. Bang! The death ray hit the green shield and made a loud sound. However, it did not penetrate it in the end. The huge force sent Wei Qingxian and her shield flying thousands of meters away. The light of reincarnation hit Zhui Yupeng's body at the same time as the death ray hit the green shield. However, Zhui Yupeng sneered. He was very confident in his body's defense and was not afraid of the light of reincarnation. The black runes on Zhui Yupeng's body shone brightly and collided with the light of reincarnation. Sparks flew in all directions. The light of reincarnation could not penetrate it and only sent Zhui Yupeng flying. However, at this moment, the void in front of Zhui Yupeng suddenly rippled like a stone thrown into a calm water surface. At the center of the ripples, a silver-white arrow shot out. The speed of the silver-white arrow was like a ray of light. It was more than 10 times faster than Zhui Yupeng's retreating speed. As soon as it appeared, it had already crossed the void and shot toward Zhui Yupeng's head. The black runes on Zhui Yupeng's body had just defended against the light of reincarnation. It was the moment when his defense was at its weakest. The void-piercing arrow shot by Yi Xing had the offensive power of a peak 5-star king. It was much stronger than Wei Qingxuan's light of reincarnation. Most importantly, the arrow intent contained in the void-piercing arrow had an incomparably terrifying penetrating power. Therefore, the black runes on Zhui Yupeng's body were instantly penetrated. The void-piercing arrow went through Zhui Yupeng's forehead and came out from the back of his head. It pierced a fist-sized hole in Zhui Yupeng's head and instantly destroyed the flesh and blood inside. Chapter 828. Wei Qingxuan's expression froze, shocked. The martial artists of the Dark Star sect and the Great Yuan dynasty were also stunned. The silver-white arrow had appeared too suddenly. It had appeared out of nowhere, and its power was terrifying. Even Wei Qingxuan's light of samsara was unable to break through Zhui Yupeng's defense. The silver-white arrow had actually pierced through Zhui Yupeng's head. Zhui Yupeng's body was affected by the power of the silver-white arrow, and he retreated even faster in the air as he let out an ear-piercing scream of pain. This scream did not come from Zhui Yupeng's mouth. Instead, it came from a black shadow that rushed out of Zhui Yupeng's head. The black shadow twisted, and its mouth was stretched longer than its body as it let out a painful scream. This was the Death Spirit King's soul. As a 7-star Death Spirit King, his soul would not be destroyed so easily. Yixing's silver-white arrow had the power of a peak 5-star king, but it still could not hurt the 7-star Death Spirit King's soul. However, the 7-star Death Spirit King's body had been possessed by Zhui Yupeng, and his body was only a low-tier king body. When the flesh in his head was destroyed, it was naturally fatal. Therefore, his body died instantly. The 7-star Death Spirit King had possessed Zhui Yupeng's body for 2 years, and his soul and body had already merged together. Although his soul had not been destroyed, he could still feel the pain of his body dying. The pain of death was so intense that even the 7-star Death Spirit King's soul had been damaged. The scream of the 7-star Death Spirit King's soul was ear-piercing, and it pierced through people's souls. Whether it was the martial artists of the Dark Star sect or the Great Yuan dynasty, they all felt a sharp pain in their minds. Some of the weaker venerables were even bleeding from their 7 orifices. Fortunately, the Dark Star sect had moved all the martial artists below the Venerable Realm into the Dark Star Palace. Otherwise, without the protection of the formation, they would have been killed by the 7-star Death Spirit King's soul howl. After one breath, the 7-star Death Spirit King stopped screaming and screamed, "Who did it? Who was the one who shot him in the dark?" When the 7-star Death Spirit King was still attached to his physical body, he was still afraid of the power of that silver-white arrow for the sake of his physical body's safety. However, at this moment, his physical body was already destroyed, and his soul was a mental body. Normal attacks would not be able to harm him at all. Even if the silver-white arrow's power reached the level of a peak 5-star king, he was still completely immune to it. Without a physical body, even though his soul wouldn't be able to survive for a long time, he could still find a new body to possess. Besides, before possessing a body, his soul was immune to many physical attacks. Therefore, the 7-star Death Spirit King wasn't afraid at all. The person who shot the arrow was thousands of miles away. Naturally, no one answered the 7-star Death Spirit King's question. No matter if it was the Dark Star sect's martial practitioners or the Great Yuan dynasty's martial practitioners, they all looked at each other. They did not know who had shot the silver-white arrow, nor did they know where it had come from. This was because the silver-white arrow had appeared out of nowhere without any warning. The Star Continent was only a low-level continent. The peak of martial arts was the Star Ocean Realm. The arrow piercing through the void involved the attainment of the void-shattering realm. Normally, only true gods of archery could reach this level. Therefore, the martial artists of the Star Continent naturally didn't know about it. However, Wei Qingxuan's sovereign bloodline had awakened, and she had a lot of inherited memories. Therefore, she was much more knowledgeable than the martial artists of the Star Continent. As for the attainment of the void-shattering realm in archery, she naturally knew about it. True gods stood at the peak of martial arts in high-level continents. It was unlikely that they would come to a low-level continent like the Star Continent and help the Dark Star sect for no reason. Moreover, if it was a true god who shot the arrow, it wouldn't have just destroyed the physical body of the Death Spirit King. Therefore, the person who shot the arrow wasn't a true god of archery, but an arrow that contained the power of the void-shattering realm in his hand. Since this person helped the Dark Star sect, there must be a reason, and he should be related to the Dark Star sect. Being related to the Dark Star sect and an expert in archery, a figure flashed past Wei Qingxuan's mind. Yixing. Could it be that Yixing has returned? Wei Qingxian thought. She didn't believe that Yixing was dead, and was suspicious about the Supreme King Meng Tai killing Yixing. Within the Dark Star sect, the Black Biao King also didn't believe that Yixing was dead. At first, he had indeed believed it. However, after thinking about it carefully, he realized that if Meng Tai had killed Yixing, he would definitely have hung Yixing's corpse as a display of force to attack the Dark Star sect. However, the Black Biao King didn't know the level of the void-shattering realm in archery, so he naturally didn't think that it was Yixing who did it. Wei Qingxian thought that Yi Xing might have returned, and he might be near the Dark Star Island, so she immediately looked around. Although the Eye of Reincarnation wasn't as heaven-defying as the Divine Eye of Void-Shattering Realm, just the first layer was enough to see over 1,000,000 miles. Yi Xing was thousands of miles away, so Wei Qingxian naturally couldn't see Yi Xing. However, before she could search a large area, the soul of the Seven-Star Death Spirit King rushed towards her. The Seven-Star Death Spirit King screamed, "No matter who shot the arrow, they dared to destroy my body, so I'll find a better one." Thousands of miles away, in the Blue Cloud Mountain Range, Yi Xing was shocked. If the Seven-Star Death Spirit King possessed Wei Qingxian, it would be very bad. However, Yi Xing's heart was nervous for a moment, but he calmed down again. Supremes were legendary existences in the Dark Star continent, and Wei Qingxian was the daughter of a Supremes. Since the reincarnation Supremes had left the Supremes' bloodline in Wei Qingxuan's body, he must have other means of protection. It was unlikely that the soul of a Death Spirit King would possess his daughter. Before the Seven-Star Death Spirit King reached Wei Qingxian, Wei Qingxuan's gaze turned to him. Light of Reincarnation. Wei Qingxian shouted, and a dazzling colorful light suddenly bloomed in the Divine Eye of Reincarnation. The Seven-Star Death Spirit King's speed was fast enough, but the light of reincarnation was even faster. With a flash of light, it shot the soul of the Seven-Star Death Spirit King. Relying on his soul, the Seven-Star Death Spirit King obviously didn't take Wei Qingxuan's pupil technique seriously. Therefore, he didn't dodge, thinking that the attack would have no effect on him. However, when the light of reincarnation came into contact with his soul, the Seven-Star Death Spirit King immediately let out an extremely shrill howl. The Divine Eye of Reincarnation was the pupil technique created by the Reincarnation Supremes. It contained the origin of heaven and earth. The attack of the light of reincarnation was not an ordinary attack. It could even kill a soul. The soul of the Seven-Star Death Spirit King trembled violently and shrank in an instant. Then, he quickly retreated while howling, full of fear for Wei Qingxian. Chapter 829. The light of reincarnation was extremely harmful to souls. Just one attack had caused the Seven-Star Death Spirit King to suffer. And this was because Wei Qingxuan's cultivation was not high enough. If she could raise her cultivation by 2 more levels, the light of reincarnation would be even more terrifying. One light of reincarnation would be enough to instantly kill the Seven-Star Death Spirit King. After being attacked by Wei Qingxuan's light of reincarnation, the Seven-Star Death Spirit King naturally fled in the opposite direction, which happened to be where the Dayuan dynasty martial artists were. Seeing the Seven-Star Death Spirit King flee, the Dark Star sect martial artists were overjoyed and cheered. On the other hand, the Dayuan dynasty martial artists were shocked. When they saw the Seven-Star Death Spirit King charging towards them, their faces were filled with fear. The Seven-Star Death Spirit King charged straight towards a One-Star King. Don't come over." The One-Star King's expression instantly turned into fear. The Seven-Star Death Spirit King was charging towards him, obviously wanting to possess his body. The One-Star King quickly retreated and waved his dark weapon sword at the Seven-Star Death Spirit King. Unfortunately, his attack was completely useless against the Seven-Star Death Spirit King's spiritual body. The Seven-Star Death Spirit King's speed was much faster than his and instantly charged into his mind. When the kings beside him saw the Seven-Star Death Spirit King charging over, they all ran to the side in fear. No one dared to stop him. After all, the Seven-Star Death Spirit King could possess anyone's body at this moment, so no one dared to provoke him. "King Wu Gu, don't touch the disciples of the Meng family." In the distance, Meng Tai roared. He had used the dynasty's draconic luck to protect himself, so the Black Tiger King could not stop him. King Wu Gu was the real name of the Seven-Star Death Spirit King. The Dark Star sect had already spread the news that Zhuo Yupeng had been possessed by the Death Spirit King. This was not a secret. Meng Tai had worked together with Zhuo Yupeng, so he naturally knew that Zhuo Yupeng was the World of Death's King Wu Gu. The two of them had an agreement. King Wugu would lead the men of the Great Yuan dynasty to the Dark Star Island and destroy the Dark Star sect. As for the martial artists of the Dark Star sect, they would all belong to King Wugu so that he could devour their flesh and blood to strengthen his cultivation. Of course, King Dark Crow didn't tell Meng Tai that he was a 7-star Death Spirit King. Instead, he lied to Meng Tai that he was only a 3-star Death Spirit King. Otherwise, Meng Tai wouldn't have agreed to let King Dark Star Church's martial artists devour. In the past 2 years, in order to quickly recover his cultivation, King Wugu had slaughtered countless warriors in the Star Continent. He had even destroyed a few 2-star empires. Meng Tai knew about this, but he had only made an agreement with King Wugu that he was not allowed to harm the warriors of the factions directly under the Great Yuan dynasty, especially the warriors of the Meng royal family. And now, the 1-star king that King Wugu had possessed was a member of the Meng royal family. Furthermore, he was a genius king of the Meng royal clan, and Meng Tai's nephew. His name was Meng Yuanlai. Although Meng Yuanlia's talent wasn't as good as Meng Yuanqing's, he wasn't much inferior. Meng Tai's genius son had died at the hands of Yixing, so he had been grooming Meng Yuanlai as his future successor. Meng Yuanlai was already at the peak of the first-level Star Sea realm and wasn't far from breaking through to the 2-star Monarch realm. Naturally, he was valued by Meng Tai. Meng Tai hadn't expected that King Wugu would possess Meng Yuanlai. Zhui Yupeng's talent was even higher than Meng Yuanqing's, so King Wugu was rather satisfied. He had joined forces with Meng Tai to destroy the Dark Star Church for the flesh and blood of the Dark Star Church's martial artists. However, King Wugu's physical body had been destroyed, and even his soul had suffered great damage. How could he still care about his agreement with Meng Tai? Originally, King Wugu had wanted to possess Wei Qingxian, but he had been scared out of his wits by the light of samsara. He could only settle for the next best thing, which was to find a random warrior of the Great Yuan dynasty to possess. Naturally, he had taken a fancy to Meng Yuanlai. Even though King Wugu's soul had suffered great damage, his willpower wasn't something a 1-star monarch realm could compare to. King Wugu rushed into Meng Yuanlia's body, and Meng Yuanlai struggled violently. In just a few seconds, his eyes were already glowing red. Meng Yuanlai had already been possessed and no longer existed. There was only King Wugu left. Whoosh! Black gas gushed out of King Wugu's body and he executed an extremely fast escape technique. Like a black light, he instantly streaked across the sky and escaped far away. Meng Tai looked at King Wugu, who had escaped far away, and shouted angrily, "King Wugu, I'm going to kill you." Ha ha ha. Meng Tai, you'd better save your own life first. King Wugu's voice came from afar. His voice went from loud to soft, which showed how fast he was. Meng Tai, where are you going? King He Biao shouted as he chased after Meng Tai. He executed the 9 moves of the Black Dragon, and 2 black dragons instantly charged at Meng Tai. Although Meng Tai was furious, his heart could not help but tremble when he heard King Wugu's words. King Wugu's strength was stronger than Meng Tai's. Even so, King Wugu's physical body was destroyed, and his soul was damaged. He had to escape in a sorry state. King He Biao was already difficult enough for Meng Tai. Now, there was Wei Qingxian and an expert who was secretly attacking him. Meng Tai's heart was drenched in cold sweat when he thought about it. Everyone, get on the ship and retreat. Meng Tai used the dynasty's dragon luck to block King He Biao's attack as he shouted. Although Meng Tai could not use the dynasty's dragon luck to attack, his defense was already very strong. Any attack below the level of a 5-star king would not be able to shake the defense of the dragon luck at all. King He Biao's 9 moves of the Black Dragon naturally could not shake it. Seeing Meng Tai give the order to retreat, the Daiyuan dynasty martial artists heaved a sigh of relief and flew toward the high-grade Mystic-class ship. At this moment, the Dark Star sect would not let go of the opportunity to beat up the Daiyuan dynasty. All the kings and sovereigns flew into the sky and attacked the ship. Wei Qingxian rushed to the front and struck out with her palm. It was a palm formed by white mist and cold air. Wherever it passed, the void froze. The cold air palm landed on the azure dragon formed by the dynasty's dragon luck, causing the azure dragon to tremble slightly. Half of its body was covered in a layer of white frost. Although the azure dragon trembled and shattered the frost in an instant and was not injured, it could be seen that Wei Qingxian already had the strength to shake the dynasty's dragon luck. If she used the light of reincarnation, she could even penetrate the dynasty's dragon luck protection. Unfortunately, Wei Qingxian had already used the light of reincarnation 3 times. Before the power of the divine eye of reincarnation recovered, she would not be able to use it again. The dynasty's dragon luck surrounded the ship and blocked the attacks from all directions. Soon, all the Daiyuan dynasty martial artists boarded the ship. Meng Tai controlled the ship and turned it into a stream of light and flew into the distance. Soon, it disappeared from sight. A small area of the Dark Star Island was in a mess. The formations and restrictions outside the island were all destroyed. However, there were no casualties among the Dark Star sect martial artists. Seeing the Daiyuan dynasty fleeing in a sorry state, the Dark Star Island immediately erupted with cheers. As for Wei Qingxian, she continued to use the divine eye of reincarnation to search the surroundings. She had a strong premonition that Yi Xing must have returned. Chapter 830. Wei Qingxuan's search range expanded from 1,000 miles to 2,000 miles, 3,000 miles. However, Wei Qingxian did not discover Yi Xing's figure from beginning to end. As Wei Qingxuan's search range expanded, the expectation on her face gradually disappeared, and she became more and more disappointed. She began to wonder if her premonition was wrong. In the Blue Cloud Mountains, Yi Xing used his god eyes to search for the King of Death Spirit and found that the King of Death Spirit was heading north. When Yi Xing's gaze returned to the Dark Star Island, Meng Tai had already escaped with the warriors of the Daiyuan dynasty. Yi Xing saw Wei Qingxian using her eye technique to search the surroundings. The two of them had a tacit understanding. Seeing Wei Qingxuan's actions, Yi Xing reacted. Wei Qingxian had probably guessed that he was the one who shot the arrows and was looking for him. Yi Xing controlled his god eyes and locked onto Wei Qingxuan's eyes. Wei Qingxian immediately sensed that there was a pair of eyes staring at her. Her senses were the most sensitive when it came to eye contact. Yi Xing. Is that you? Wei Qingxian was delighted. She looked in the direction of the gaze and asked softly. Not long after, Wei Qingxian sensed that the gaze that was watching her had left. Yi Xing could not give Wei Qingxian an answer. He looked away and soon found the King of Death Spirit. Meng Tai was the supreme king of the Daiyuan dynasty. He could run away, but his temple could not. After being defeated in the Dark Star Island, he would definitely return to the capital of the Daiyuan dynasty. Yi Xing naturally did not care about Meng Tai's whereabouts. The King of Death Spirit was a threat to the safety of the entire star continent. Yi Xing did not know where his nest was, so he naturally had to follow him. Otherwise, if the Lord of Death Spirit had hidden himself, Yi Xing would not have been able to find him even with his void-breaking god eyes. After all, the star continent was too vast. The Death Spirit King first headed north and then turned west. The Dark Star Island was very close to the East Divine Continent. The Death Spirit King arrived at a middle-rank empire in the East Divine Continent and used the teleportation array to reach the Divine Continent Mountain. Then, he used the Class 5 teleportation array to reach the extreme north of the North Tranquil Continent. Yi Xing saw the scale of the array that King of Death's soul had adjusted, so he naturally knew where he was teleported to. Finally, King of Death's soul went all the way north to the edge of the Sea of Dark Prison and entered a mountain by the sea. Inside the mountain, there was an ancient tomb. The Death Spirit King had sealed the entrance and was sleeping in a coffin. The Death Spirit King's soul had been attacked by the reincarnation light, and he was severely injured. Apparently, he needed to rest and recover. It seemed that he would stay in the ancient tomb for a while. Seeing that the Death Spirit King was not moving, Yi Xing retracted his gaze and a murderous intent flashed across his eyes. In case something went wrong and this scourge escaped from his surveillance, Yixing decided to set off for the North Tranquil Continent and kill the Death Spirit King. After all, Yixing needed to use his void-breaking god eyes, and he could not keep it up all the time. Even if Yixing could use it all the time, he couldn't watch the King of Death in spirit all the time. If the King of Death in spirit left the ancient tomb without being monitored, it would be very difficult to find him again. Yixing raised his left hand, and the blue cloud wings appeared in his palm. Then, he raised his right hand, and the star fire seed appeared. In the heavenly Bao Hall, Yixing had obtained 20 treasures from the stone cabinets. After handing over 10 of them to the Dark Star Temple, he still had 10 treasures from the stone cabinets. Among them, there were materials to upgrade the blue cloud wings. However, because the power of the star fire seed was not enough, it could not be integrated into the blue cloud wings. While moving in the space crack, Yixing's star fire seed had absorbed enough flame energy, and its grade had a qualitative breakthrough. It was more than enough to refine these materials. Among the treasures obtained in the heavenly Bao Hall, the worst was the black level top grade. Yixing took out a large piece of black level top grade black gold and spent 4 hours refining it into the blue cloud wings. After absorbing the black level top grade black gold, the blue cloud wings evolved and upgraded to the black level top grade. Yixing kept the blue cloud wings and used his void-breaking god eyes to look at the location of the Death Spirit King. The Death Spirit King was still sleeping in the coffin. Retracting his gaze, the blue cloud wings appeared on his back and turned into a pair of huge wings. Whoosh! Yixing soared into the sky and traveled more than 100 miles in the blink of an eye. With the black level top grade blue cloud wings, Yixing's flying speed was comparable to the Arrow Essence body shuttling through the void. In just half a day, Yixing flew more than 1,000,000 miles and came to the capital of the Qingyu Empire. On the way, Yixing passed by the barbaric mountains and looked at the falling star sect from afar. In the past 2 years, the star continent had not been peaceful, but the barbaric mountains were uninhabited, so the disturbance did not spread here. Yixing had moved the falling star sect here, which was obviously a wise move. As business was more important, Yixing did not enter the falling star sect. Instead, he went to the nearest middle-grade empire, the Tianlang Empire, through the transmission formation in the capital of the Qingyu Empire. After another half a day, Yixing arrived at the capital of the Tianlang Empire and went to the Divine Continent Mountain through the transmission formation. Then, through the transmission formation in the Divine Continent Mountain, he went to the extreme north of the North Mountain Continent. In the extreme north, Yixing was close to the place where the King of Death's soul was hiding. More than 2 hours later, he arrived outside the mountain where the King of Death's soul was hiding. Boom! The entrance of the ancient tomb that the King of Death's soul had sealed was blasted open by Yixing, and the whole mountain was shaking and collapsing. In the ancient tomb, the King of Death's soul jumped out of the coffin. Then, he broke through the soil and stones in front of him and rushed out like an arrow. Who is courting death? The King of Death's soul rushed out of the mountain and shouted. Just then, the King of Death's soul saw Yixing standing in the void, and his expression suddenly changed into surprise. Why are you here? The King of Death's soul looked as if he had seen a ghost and said in surprise, Didn't Meng Tai say that he would kill you? You're not dead. Yixing chuckled and said, Thanks to you, I am not dead. The King of Death's soul couldn't see through Yixing's cultivation base. However, 2 years ago, Yixing was only a 7-star reverend. In the King of Death's soul's eyes, the current Yixing was at most a 9-star reverend, and the body that he had possessed was a 1-star king. Therefore, he was naturally not afraid of Yixing. After the King of Death's soul recovered from his surprise, he chuckled and said, Meng Tai, that trash, can't even kill an astral-reaching reverend. What a good-for-nothing. But, it's fine. I can kill you myself. The King of Death's soul was quite resentful of Yixing. He originally wanted Yixing's body, but because of the black hole constellation, not only did he fail to possess Yixing's body, but his soul was also almost devoured by Yixing. Since he couldn't get this perfect body, he naturally had to destroy it. Yixing looked at the King of Death's spirit disdainfully and said, Meng Tai is indeed a good-for-nothing, but you're an idiot. You're even worse than Meng Tai. Apparently, you didn't learn a lesson from the arrow that destroyed your body yesterday. The King of Death's Soul's expression changed drastically, and he said in shock, "How is this possible? You are the one who shot that arrow?" Chapter 831. Yi Xing raised his hand, took out the red flame bow, and said, "You don't believe me? Then I'll do it again." Using the dark wind fire arrow spell, a black flame arrow was formed in the blink of an eye and locked onto the King of Death's Soul. Feeling a strong penetrating aura, the King of Death's spirit believed that the person who destroyed his body with an arrow yesterday was Yi Xing. However, the King of Death's Soul was still shocked, and he said, "Yesterday, the arrow suddenly shot out of the void without any warning. How did you do it? And since you were on Dark Star Island yesterday, why didn't you continue to attack me? Instead, you chased me all the way to the extreme north of the North Netherworld continent?" The King of Death's Soul was very confused and wanted to figure it out. As for Yi Xing's ability to destroy his body, he was not afraid. After all, he was not a human warrior, but a dead soul. As long as his soul was not destroyed, he could continue to possess other people's bodies. As a 7-star King of Death's Soul, his soul was very powerful. On the Star Continent, except for Wei Qingxuan's Light of Reincarnation, he did not care about any other warrior's attack. Whoosh! The black flame arrow suddenly shot out of the bow toward the King of Death's Soul. Although he did not use astrology, this arrow contained arrow intent, 3 kinds of true meaning of Tao, and the embryonic form of arrow Tao, which was enough to threaten a 5-star king. Meng Yuanlai, who was possessed by the King of Death's Soul, was only a 1-star king. In front of Yi Xing's arrow, he could not resist at all. In the blink of an eye, the arrow pierced through the King of Death's Soul's head, killing him instantly. As Yi Xing shot the arrow, he said, "You won't understand even if I explain it to you. Why bother asking? You only need to know that I destroyed your body yesterday, and I'm here to kill you today. That's enough." The King of Death's Soul experienced the pain of the death of his body again. Although he had only possessed this body for a day and the pain was not as great as the pain of Zhui Yupeng's death yesterday, the pain of death was not pleasant. The King of Death's Soul's soul rushed out of Meng Yuanlia's body and turned into a black skull, letting out a shrill howl. "Yi Xing!" The Lord of Death's spirit roared angrily, "So what if you destroyed my body? What can you do to this king's soul? Since you destroyed one of my bodies, I'll take over another one. Let's see how many you can kill." Yi Xing looked at the soul of the King of Death's spirit with cold light in his eyes and said, "Who says I can't do anything to your soul? You've caused enough trouble in the Star Continent. Today is the day you die." Yi Xing's tone made the Lord of Death's spirit tremble. If someone had said that they could kill him yesterday, the King of Death's spirit would never have believed it and would have only snorted at it. However, he had suffered a great loss at the hands of Wei Qingxian yesterday, and he still had lingering fears. Now, Yi Xing's tone made him feel threatened and instinctively fearful. His rationality told him that he should run away immediately. Otherwise, he might really fall in this beautiful world of living beings. Whoosh! The King of Death's spirit immediately turned into a black light and rushed toward the Sea of Dark Prison. The Sea of Dark Prison was a forbidden area for human kings. The King of Death's spirit was just a soul, so he was not affected by the chaotic space of the Sea of Dark Prison. Therefore, as long as he escaped into the Sea of Dark Prison, he would be safe. "You can't escape!" Yi Xing shouted coldly, and the blue cloud wings appeared on his back instantly. Yi Xing had finished speaking in a flash. But as soon as he finished speaking, he had already flown more than 100 miles in the sky, blocking the King of Death's spirit and the Sea of Dark Prison. The King of Death's spirit was shocked. Yi Xing's cultivation had been exposed. He was only a 1-star king, but he could move so fast. The King of Death's spirit wanted to change his direction, but he had no time to react. In the blink of an eye, the King of Death's spirit had rushed to Yi Xing. At this moment, the King of Death's spirit was only dozens of miles away from the Sea of Dark Prison. He only needed one breath's time to rush into the Sea of Dark prison. Since he had already rushed to Yixing, and it was too late to change his direction, the King of Death's spirit made up his mind. Instead of slowing down, he increased his speed and rushed over directly. Anyway, he was just a soul now. Even if Yixing and Wei Qingxian could injure him, it was impossible for them to kill him in one breath's time. Facing the King of Death's spirit, Yixing stretched out his hand, and the star fire seed instantly appeared in his palm. It was only the size of a fist. The color of the flame was extremely pale, which was very different from normal flames. However, the temperature it contained was not something normal flames could compare with. In a flash, Yixing's palm hit the King of Death's spirit, and the star fire seed and the King of Death's spirit's soul came into contact. Although the star fire seed was only the size of a fist, its power was too terrifying. It was the only power that Yixing had that could injure a high-level king. The King of Death's spirit's soul did not pass through Yixing's body. Instead, he instantly howled miserably. His empty soul was blocked by the star fire seed. Fire seed? You have a level 5 fire seed? The King of Death's spirit screamed after howling, and his voice was full of fear. After saying this, the King of Death's spirit began to howl miserably again. When the star fire seed touched the King of Death's spirit, the flame spread directly on his soul, and in the blink of an eye, the whole skull was engulfed. Ah! The King of Death's spirit screamed miserably. His mouth was open, and his whole body was twisting. It could be seen how painful he was at this moment. Yesterday, the King of Death's spirit was attacked by Wei Qingshuan's light of reincarnation. Although he also howled miserably, he was still able to control his body and escape immediately. But now, the King of Death's spirit could only howl miserably and struggle. The severe pain made him unable to control his body to move. This was a dying struggle. In just one breath, the flame burned from the outside to the inside of the skull. The eyes, nostrils, and mouth of the skull were all emitting pale flames. The King of Death's spirit screamed even more miserably. The degree of the skull's distortion became smaller and smaller, and the empty body gradually collapsed and was destroyed. He was on the verge of death. Before the King of Death's spirit died, he used the last of his strength to shout, "Yixing! What's the use of killing me? The space crack in the depths of the Sea of Dark prison is getting bigger and bigger. In a few years, it will expand to the extent that a level 5 King of Death's spirit can pass through. You can kill me now, but at that time, thousands of Kings of Death's spirit will come to the Star Continent. How many of them can you kill? At that time, there will be Kings of Death's spirit who are as powerful as me. They will not only be souls, but also real 7-star Kings of Death's spirit. Ha ha ha. All the humans on the Star Continent will die. Yixing, you are no exception. You will be sucked dry by the King of Death's spirit, and you will die without a whole body. Ha ha ha, you will die without a whole body. Chapter 832. At the moment of death, the King of Death in soul went completely crazy. He no longer screamed, but laughed and shouted crazily. He didn't calm down until he was burned to ashes by the star fire seed. There was nothing in front of him. Even his soul had been burned to ashes. Naturally, nothing was left. The star fire seed returned to Yixing's palm. Yixing looked at the star fire seed with surprise in his eyes. Although he was sure that the star fire seed could hurt the soul, he didn't expect it to be so effective. It was simply the nemesis of the soul. Everything was divided into yin and yang, and the world was divided into life and death. The world of life was the yang world, and the world of death was the yin world. As a creature of the yin world, the dead spirit had extremely strong yin qi. Compared with the body, the soul was the yin of the yin. Only the extreme yang could restrain it. If it were an ordinary flame, the damage to the soul would be normal. However, the star fire seed was the essence of the flame, the yang of the yang. Naturally, it could restrain the soul of the King of Death in soul. Flames and thunderbolts both had strong yang qi and less yin qi. The star fire seed in flames could restrain the soul, so could the thunder essence in thunderbolts. Except for the star fire seed and the thunder essence, there were very few attacks that could cause great damage to the soul. Even the reincarnation light created by the reincarnation sovereign, which contained many kinds of power and could destroy the soul, was less effective than the star fire seed and the thunder essence. Therefore, Wei Qingxian could only hurt the soul of the king of death in soul with the reincarnation light, but Yi Xing could easily kill him with the star fire seed. After killing the king of death in soul, Yi Xing didn't look happy. Instead, he looked a little serious. Although the king of death in soul's roar was crazy, it was not necessarily false. At the thought of thousands of kings of death in soul invading the star continent, Yi Xing's scalp tingled. 100,000 years ago, the star continent was invaded by the king of death in soul. All the human beings on the star continent were slaughtered, and there were only a few left. The whole star continent became a paradise for the dead spirits. In the end, a true god powerhouse descended and exterminated the dead spirits of the star continent. Only after an extremely long period of time did the human race recover their vitality and develop once again. That was a tragic event in human history. As long as I, Yi Xing, am here, I can't let the undead occupy the star continent. I must find a way to stop it. Yi Xing thought to himself as he clenched his fists. The star continent was his starting point in the world of martial arts. In the first few years, he had always regarded his hometown as Earth. Now, if someone asked him where his hometown was, he would say it was the star continent. His friends, the important people in his life, were all here. With his strength, he could easily travel to the Starry Crescent Land through the passage between the Starry Crescent Land, but the others could not. To travel from the Star Continent to the Starry Crescent Continent, one would need to be at least a 4-star King Realm warrior. Other than him, only Wei Qingxian and the Black Tiger King had such strength. If Yi Xing left, the Dark Star Society and the Falling Star sect would definitely be breached by the dead spirits. Everyone he knew would become food for the dead spirits. Therefore, Yi Xing would not leave just like that. He had to stay and solve the problem. If it was just an ordinary undead spirit king, it would not be a problem. With my strength and Qingshuan's help, killing a 6-star undead spirit king would not be a problem. However, there will be a 7-star undead spirit king, which is equivalent to a high-level king realm warrior. Yi Xing thought. Although the star fire seed had the power to kill a high-level king realm warrior, Yi Xing did not think that he would be a match for a high-level king realm warrior. A 7-star undead spirit king was even more terrifying than a 7-star king realm warrior. This was because the bodies of undead spirits were different from martial artists. Their bodies were extremely sturdy, and they did not have flesh. They did not know pain. Only by destroying or digging out the corpse jade at the heart could one kill them. A undead spirit king was even harder to kill than a normal undead creature. This was because a normal undead creature's spirit would be destroyed as soon as its body died. However, a undead spirit king's spirit was extremely powerful, and it had already formed a soul body. Even if its body died, its spirit could still be possessed. This alone was a disaster for martial artists. To deal with a 7-star undead spirit king, I have to raise my cultivation to a higher realm. Yi Xing thought, and then he thought of the fallen star secret realm. He had already become a king realm warrior, and could go to the fallen star secret realm to complete the king realm trial. At that time, he would be able to obtain the entire star palace, and all the treasures inside would belong to him. There are many treasures in the fallen star secret realm, and they might be able to help me become a 2-star king realm warrior quickly. However, before going there, I have to destroy the Great Yuan dynasty first. Since he was not in the star continent, Yi Xing could temporarily put aside all the grudges in the star continent. However, after returning to the star continent, the grudges of the past were still vivid in his mind. As long as Meng Tai was not dead, Yi Xing's mind would not be at ease. He had to get rid of Meng Tai as soon as possible so that he could cultivate in peace. With Yi Xing's current strength, it was more than enough to destroy the Great Yuan dynasty. Tianjing City, the capital of the Great Yuan Dynasty. The teleportation palace in Tianjing City was connected to all the major forces in the Star Continent. One of the teleportation arrays shone brightly, and Yi Xing walked out from it. This was Yi Xing's first time in Tianjing City. When Yi Xing walked out of the teleportation array, a 6-star venerate walked over and asked, "Who are you? Why have you come to Tianjing City?" Tianjing City was the capital of the Great Yuan Dynasty, the center of the dynasty. Naturally, it was very strict about checking the identities of cultivators. Naturally, Yi Xing did not need to fabricate another identity, nor did he need to hide his purpose. With his strength, he wanted to enter the palace openly and kill Meng Tai. Yi Xing said, "I am Yi Xing from the Dark Star Church. I have come to Tianjing City to destroy the Great Yuan Dynasty and kill Meng Tai." Yi Xing's words were spoken openly, without any intention of hiding anything. Not only did the 6-star venerate in front of him hear it, but the nearby cultivators also heard it. Destroy the Great Yuan Dynasty and kill Meng Tai. These words were like a sudden clap of thunder in the ears of all the cultivators. This was the capital of the Great Yuan Dynasty, Tianjing City. Unexpectedly, someone dared to say such disgraceful words. Everyone who heard it was horrified. Shua, the cultivators around Yi Xing hurriedly distanced themselves from Yi Xing as if they were avoiding a ghost. The 6-star venerate in front of Yi Xing was shocked and furious. He shouted, "Guards, traitor of the Dark Star Church." As he spoke, he stretched out his palm, and a huge astral hand reached out to grab Yi Xing. Scram! Yi Xing snorted and waved his hand. A surge of vigorous energy instantly dispersed the astral palm like an avalanche. At the same time, the 6-star venerate flew backward. He had already said that he was here to destroy the Great Yuan Dynasty and kill Meng Tai. This 6-star venerate actually dared to attack him. He was extremely stupid. Where is the traitor of the Dark Star Church? How dare you come to Tianjing City? You are courting death. There were many cultivators guarding the teleportation hall. When they heard the 6-star venerates shout, they all rushed over. Among them, most of them were beginner and intermediate venerates. There was also a small portion of them who were advanced astral realm venerates. However, when they arrived, Yi Xing had already disappeared. Chapter 833. Flying was forbidden in Tianjing City. Only those with a flight order could fly in the sky above Tianjing City. At this moment, Yi Xing was walking in the air, heading towards the inner palace. Tianjing City was extremely large, with a radius of 10,000 miles. Only the inner palace was where the Meng royal family lived, and it was also the core of the dynasty. Martial artists were still able to freely enter and exit Tianjing City. However, entering the inner city was much stricter. Even Yi Xing couldn't directly enter. This was because the entire inner city was constantly protected by a powerful array formation. The Great Yuan Dynasty had been established for 10,000 years. In these 10,000 years, countless level 5 formation masters had set up formations in the inner palace. There were many members of the Meng royal family, and the inner city was not small, with a radius of 3,000 miles. Within this 3,000 miles, there were countless formations. For a king, every step was a formation. The martial artists guarding the teleportation hall did not stop Yi Xing, so they naturally reported the news. After many rounds of reports, the news quickly reached Meng Tai. Imperial Palace Main Hall. The Supreme King, Meng Tai, sat high on the throne. In the hall below, many people were gathered. They were all heroes of the current era. Meng Tai led the Great Yuan Dynasty into the army of kings and sovereigns to attack Dark Star Island, but in the end, they fled pathetically and returned in defeat. After returning to the capital, after a short rest, they naturally gathered the experts to discuss how to deal with the Dark Star sect. The experts believed that the Great Yuan Dynasty should use their advantage, relying on the formations and formations that Tianjing City had accumulated for 10,000 years, and the dynasty's dragon luck, to defend with all their might. However, this way, the Great Yuan dynasty's power would be limited to Tianjing City, and they would not be able to control the Star Continent. The Dark Star sect would definitely rise and take in all the other factions. Meng Tai was not very willing to defend. As a 4-star king, one of the few powerful kings in the Great Yuan dynasty, Meng Tai did not want to see the Great Yuan dynasty lose control of the Star Continent. However, the Dark Star sect had produced Wei Qingxian, whose strength was heaven-defying. Even if he used the dynasty's dragon luck, it would be difficult for him to be a match for Wei Qingxian outside of Tianjing City. Other than defending, there seemed to be no other way. When Meng Tai was caught between a rock and a hard place, he received news that Yi Xing had come to destroy Daiyuan and kill Meng Tai. He was angry because of the content of the news, but he was shocked because the person who came was actually Yi Xing. How could it be Yi Xing? Meng Tai was too shocked. Although he wasn't able to kill Yi Xing in the Azure Cloud Mountain Range 2 years ago, he had personally seen Yi Xing shatter space and leave. From then on, there was no news about Yi Xing in the Star Continent. As the supreme king of the Great Yuan dynasty, the ancestors of the Meng clan had once used a spatial passageway to head to other continents. Meng Tai naturally knew that other than the Starry Sky continent, there were other Starry Sky continents. Therefore, Meng Tai could vaguely guess that Yi Xing must have left this space and the Star Continent. In history, there weren't many people who had left the Star Continent. They were all peak 4-star kings. After they left the Star Continent, there was no news about them anymore. No one knew if they were alive or dead. None of them had returned to the Star Continent. Meng Tai believed that Yi Xing wouldn't return to the Star Continent. If he didn't return, he would have nothing to do with the Star Continent. It was no different from death. Therefore, it wasn't unreasonable for Meng Tai to tell others that Yi Xing was dead. Now that he received news that Yi Xing had returned to the Star Continent and had even come to Tianjing City, saying that he wanted to destroy Daiyuan and kill Meng Tai, how could Meng Tai not be shocked and furious? Your Majesty. Yi Xing, he's still alive. This traitor actually didn't die and even dared to come to Tianjing City. This is really treacherous. Below, some of the experts had also received the news. Instantly, it was as if a nest had exploded. Meng Tai stood up from the throne. His eyes were fierce as he shouted, "This traitor, he was lucky to escape last time. Today, he actually dares to come to Tianjing City. He's like a sheep in a tiger's den, seeking his own death. Everyone, follow me and kill this traitor. He's seeking his own death. Kill this traitor." Due to the defeat at Dark Star Island, the experts in the hall were all furious. Now that someone had come to Tianjing City, it was their home ground. Victory was within their grasp, and they were all very excited. However, there was one person who had a worried look on his face. Although this person wasn't a king, he had a status that wasn't inferior to a king in the Daiyuan dynasty. He was the imperial tutor Si Kongyan. When Yi Xing had first arrived at the Star Continent, it was Si Kongyan who had observed the night sky and determined that he would be the demon star in troubled times. According to Si Kongyan's divination, the demon star in troubled times had the possibility of destroying the foundation of the Daiyuan dynasty in 10 years. Calculating the time, it was already the 9th year since the descent of the demon star. Si Kongyan had a very ominous premonition in his heart. If the Daiyuan dynasty is really about to collapse, what can we do now? It's useless to inform His Majesty. It's better to act according to the circumstances and pray for the best. Si Kongyan thought to himself as he suppressed the thought of reporting to the Supreme King, Meng Tai. At this moment, Meng Tai was still angry because of the defeat at Dark Star Island. Yi Xing had even killed the Crown Prince, Meng Yuansheng, and was a thorn in Meng Tai's flesh. Now that Yi Xing had come, if Si Kongyan said, "Your Majesty, the Daiyuan dynasty is destined to be destroyed by Yi Xing today. Don't resist anymore and run for your life," Meng Tai would probably beat Si Kongyan to death in a fit of anger. Yi Xing's flying speed was extremely fast. By the time Meng Tai received the news, he had already arrived outside the palace. Along the way, some of the guards wanted to intercept Yixing. However, these guards were all astral reaching realm venerables. How could they compare to Yixing's speed? Naturally, they could only watch and sigh. It was only when Yixing stopped in the sky above the palace that a group of inner city guards rushed out from the city and blocked his path. Tianjing City was the core of the dynasty. The guards were naturally the most elite troops, and the soldiers were all astral reaching realm venerables. The inner city guards were the elites of the elites. The weakest of them was a mid-level venerable. The middle-level generals were all venerable lords, and the high-level generals were all king realm existences. At this moment, there was a high-level general in the group blocking Yixing. He was a one-star king realm expert. The inner city general, Meng Shi, had been guarding the palace all this time. Naturally, he didn't recognize Yixing. At this moment, he also didn't receive any orders to invade. He just happened to be patrolling nearby. Seeing someone rushing towards the inner city, he came out to intercept. Meng Shi's eyes were like sharp blades. He unsheathed the treasured blade in his hand and stared at Yixing as he shouted, "Where did this madman come from? You dare to run amok in the sky above Tianjing City? Are you tired of living? Scram!" Meng Shi was also a one-star king. However, in Yixing's eyes, he was too weak to even stand up to a gust of wind. Pung! Before Meng Shi could react, he was sent flying several thousand meters away by Yixing's slap. Only then did Meng Shi's communication pearl light up. He had received the news of Yixing's invasion. Chapter 834. Apart from Meng Shi, the other warriors blocking Yixing's path were all astral-reaching realm sovereigns. Seeing Yixing send Meng Shi flying with a single slap, the sovereigns' hearts shook. Their faces were filled with shock and fear. However, as the Daming dynasty's inner palace guards, their duty forbade them from retreating. Although they were terrified and their legs were shaking, they still gritted their teeth and stood in front of Yixing facing these ignorant soldiers. Yixing took out his crimson flame bow without hesitation and drew it into a full moon. A black flame arrow rapidly condensed. Whoosh! Yixing's aura erupted. The arrow intent contained an extremely penetrating power. At this moment, Yixing's aura was so powerful that it was not inferior to a 5-star king's. Once the arrow was shot, anyone below the 5-star king's level would be killed in one shot. The sovereigns in front of him only felt this extremely penetrating aura. They already felt that their bodies were about to be penetrated, and they were about to die. In front of this kind of aura, they forgot all their duties. There was only the fear of death. So, the sovereigns hurriedly fled to the sides. They were clear that if they were half a step slower, they would definitely die under this arrow's attack. Just as the sovereigns fled to the sides, the black flame arrow's power had accumulated to the limit. Yixing released the bowstring. Whoosh! The black flame arrow shot out like a black light streaking across the sky. In the blink of an eye, it shot into the formation ahead. Boom 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 boom. Ordinary grade 5 formations could only block low-step kings. Yixing's arrow had the power of a 5-star king. Naturally, it was like a hot knife through butter. In the blink of an eye, it forcibly broke through more than 10 layers of formations and shot out over 100 li. More than 10 grade 5 formations were forcibly broken in the blink of an eye. The commotion caused was so great that the entire Tianjing city was shaking. The explosion of formations being destroyed was even more shocking than the thunder in the sky. Although Yixing had said, "Destroy De Yuan, kill Meng Tai," in the teleportation hall, only a few people beside him had heard it. The other martialists in Tianjing City didn't know that someone was attacking Tianjing City. Therefore, the sudden tremors and explosions caused all the martial artists in Tianjing City to be shocked as they looked at each other. Meng Tai and the other kings had just left the main hall of the palace when they felt the tremors and heard a series of explosions. They were all shocked. The Imperial Palace's inner city's formations were all level 5 formations, and even a 3-star king would have a hard time breaking through one of them. However, from the sound just now, it seemed that more than 10 formations had been blasted apart in the blink of an eye. What kind of power was this? According to the news, Yi Xing had come alone. At this moment, Meng Tai and the other king tiers were doubting the authenticity of the news. 2 years ago, Yi Xing had only been a 7-star exalt before he went missing. In just 2 years, had Yi Xing already possessed such terrifying strength? None of the kings believed him. Let's go. Meng Tai shouted loudly. He took the lead and flew towards Yi Xing's direction at an extremely fast speed. Although a king's eyesight was shocking, if they didn't cultivate eye techniques, they could only see a few hundred miles away. Although they could see if there was someone more than 1,000 miles away, they could only see a small black shadow in the distance. They couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman, let alone their appearance. Meng Tai flew at full speed, dozens of miles away in a breath. After flying for about 200 miles, Yi Xing had already drawn the crimson flame bow and condensed a second black flame arrow. Whoosh! Moreover, Yi Xing used his astrology. An array of starlight shot into the sky, turning into a flaming star. On the flaming star, the image of a huge flaming divine bird flapped its wings and was about to fly. Saint-level astrology, vermilion bird astrology. Surging flaming star power fell, causing the power of Yi Xing's arrow to increase rapidly. If the power of the first arrow was comparable to that of a 5-star king, then the power of this arrow was unrivaled among 5-star kings. It was almost comparable to that of a 6-star king. Boom! 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 This arrow destroyed even more formations, increasing the number by almost half. In the blink of an eye, a total of 16 formations were destroyed. Yi Xing moved forward, 100 miles in a single step, and drew the crimson flame bow again, condensing a third black flame arrow. By the time Meng Tai saw Yi Xing's figure clearly, Yi Xing had already shot several arrows in succession. Close to 100 level 5 formations were forcefully destroyed by Yi Xing's tyrannical strength. Yi Xing had advanced several hundred miles from the edge of the Imperial Palace's inner city to the Imperial Palace's main hall. Although Meng Tai had received news that Yi Xing had attacked Tianjing City, he didn't see Yi Xing's face clearly. He also didn't dare to believe that the figure who destroyed the level 5 formations so easily was Yi Xing. 2 years ago, Yi Xing was only a 7-star supremacy. He had escaped from Meng Tai's clutches, and his whereabouts were unknown. In just 2 years, Yi Xing's strength had actually grown to such a level. This was truly unbelievable and deeply shocking to Meng Tai. The moment he saw Yi Xing's face clearly, Meng Tai once again recalled Si Kongyan's words about the demon star in troubled times. A trace of fear actually rose in his heart. This time, the Great Yuan dynasty seemed to be in real danger. No. Impossible. The Great Yuan dynasty definitely can't be defeated by my hands. Meng Tai shouted in his heart. In an instant, he expelled the evil thoughts from his mind. At this moment, Meng Tai's willpower was as firm as steel. He definitely didn't believe in the demon star in troubled times. His eyes were filled with madness as he looked at Yi Xing with killing intent. Today, he definitely had to kill Yi Xing and let his soul end here. However, Meng Tai didn't realize that if he really didn't believe that Yi Xing was the demon star in troubled times, why would he have such a huge reaction that was close to madness? Yi Xing had long seen Meng Tai's figure. When Meng Tai stopped a few hundred miles ahead, Yi Xing laughed loudly. Old man Meng Tai, today, I'll return all the enmity of the past. I'm here to take your dog life. Meng Tai was as furious as a mad lion. His hair and beard stood on end, and a terrifying aura erupted from him. He shouted, "You traitor, 2 years ago, you were lucky enough to escape. Instead of being a stray dog outside, you buried your head in life and tried your best to survive. How dare you kill your way into Tianjing? You're courting death." Yi Xing laughed loudly and said, "Tianjing City is nothing to me. I can come and go as I wish. Taking your dog life is as easy as flipping my hand. As he spoke, Yixing shot out another arrow. The black flame arrow was like a ray of light that pierced through the sky. It shot forward explosively and instantly covered 100 miles. It was unstoppable. Rank 5 formations were destroyed one after another. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 formations were destroyed. Yixing took a step forward and advanced another 100 miles, closing the distance between him and Meng Tai. This time, Meng Tai saw everything clearly. The might of Yixing's arrow made his heart tremble instinctively. Even though he was a 4-star king and had the strength of a peak 4-star king, he couldn't contend against the might of Yixing's arrow. The more frightened Meng Tai was, the more intense his killing intent became. He roared, "Control the formations and kill this traitor. Tear him into pieces and let him die without a burial place." Chapter 835. There was a huge difference between someone controlling a formation and someone not controlling it. If an ordinary level 5 formation was not controlled, even a 3-star king would be able to break it after attacking for a long time. However, if someone was controlling it, the formation's power could be unleashed to the maximum, and it could even contend with 4-star kings. This was especially true for formations that worked with martial artists. The stronger the martial artist, the stronger the formation's power would be. It could allow a low-level king to kill a 4-star king. In fact, if there were enough kings controlling the formation and they were strong enough, they could even contend with 5-star kings. However, an ordinary level 5 formation was just an ordinary one. No matter what, it could not be compared to a level 5 formation at the initial stage. Therefore, no matter how many kings were controlling the formation, they could only unleash the power of a level 5 formation to the level of a 5-star king. It could not be compared to a 6-star king. As for a level 5 formation at the initial stage, as long as someone was controlling it, it would not be difficult to kill a 6-star king. There were many kings in the Great Yuan dynasty. At Meng Tai's command, dozens of kings behind him entered a formation. It was a formation that worked with martial artists' attacks. Dozens of low-level kings working with this formation could unleash power that could barely be compared to a 5-star king. It didn't take long for Yixing to slaughter his way to the front of the formation like crushing dry weeds. The arrow just now had only destroyed 9 formations. When it reached the formation, it was destroyed by a ray of sword light. When Meng Tai saw this, he was overjoyed. When he saw Yixing rushing over, he shouted, "Use the sword light to kill this bastard." The kings circulated their astral energies to the limit and injected them into the formation. A ray of sword light that was 1,000 feet long formed. Whoosh! Under the control of a level 5 formation master, this 1,000 feet long ray of sword light flew 100 miles in an instant. It had the power to split open the heavens and break the earth as it shot toward Yixing. Yixing snorted. The black flame arrow that had been formed a long time ago instantly shot out toward the sword light. Bang! The black flame arrow collided with the 1,000 feet long sword light, and a loud explosion sounded. The 1,000 feet long sword light shattered like a mirror, and splashed in all directions. It disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yixing had used the vermilion bird star form and shot out an arrow with his full power. Even a peak 5-star king would find it hard to resist, and its power was close to that of a 6-star king. How could that 100-meter long sword light, which was only equivalent to an ordinary 5-star king's attack, be able to resist it? The black flame arrow shattered the 1,000-foot-long sword light, but its power was still terrifying. Like a hot knife through butter, it instantly arrived in front of the array controlled by the kings. Boom! The black flame arrow hit the protective light shield outside the formation with a loud explosion. Cracks immediately began to appear on the invisible protective barrier. Meng Tai's expression instantly changed. The other kings were also shocked. The power of Yixing's arrow was even more terrifying than they had expected. The terrifying rebounding force was transmitted to the kings through the array, causing their bodies to shake. The weaker 1-star kings couldn't withstand the rebounding force, and they all spat out blood. The array was on the verge of collapse. A bunch of useless chickens and pottery dogs dare to block my path? Take another arrow. Yi Xing yelled loudly. Another black flame arrow condensed on the crimson flame bow and shot out. Among the kings, the one-star kings all spat out blood and were severely injured. Even the two-star kings were affected by the rebounding force, and the three-star kings were also affected. The power they injected into the array was greatly reduced. The sword light that was shot out was only a few hundred feet long. Compared to the 1,000 feet long sword light before, it was only half the size, and its power was also reduced by more than half. It had already fallen to the level of a 4-star king. Even the 1,000 feet long sword light couldn't block the black flame arrow, let alone this sword light that was greatly reduced in power. Boom! The sword light was instantly shattered. The black flame arrow's momentum was unstoppable, and it instantly shot into the array's protective barrier. With a loud explosion, the protective barrier was completely shattered. All the kings spat out blood. They were all severely injured, and their bodies were sent flying. Even the 3-star kings were no exception. Although Meng Tai was furious, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. His expression was grim as he hurriedly retreated. Old man Meng Tai, even your imperial city's array couldn't withstand a single blow. Where can you escape to? Yi Xing yelled loudly. He chased after Meng Tai and shot out another arrow, destroying the array in front of him one after another. Meng Tai's face was grim. After 10,000 years of hard work from generation after generation of rank 5 array masters, Tianjing Imperial City had set up too many arrays. These were the foundation of the Great Yuan dynasty. However, Yi Xing wasn't lying. These arrays, these foundations, they couldn't withstand a single blow from Yi Xing. They couldn't stop Yi Xing's footsteps. Now, Meng Tai could only rely on the Great Yuan dynasty's dragon luck that had been accumulated for 10,000 years. Although Yi Xing's speed was much faster than Meng Tai's, Yi Xing advanced by breaking through arrays, while Meng Tai directly passed through them. Therefore, Meng Tai was naturally faster. The luck-gathering altar was located in the square in front of the imperial palace. Meng Tai flew a few hundred miles at his fastest speed and returned to the dragon-gathering altar. Yi Xing was behind him, breaking through arrays and chasing after him at extreme speed. Only after landing on the luck-gathering altar did Meng Tai feel at ease. On the luck-gathering altar, Meng Tai could control the Great Yuan dynasty's dragon luck as he wished. He could attack and defend, and he could unleash its full power, exploding with the strength of a rank 5 king. In the past, no one had been like Yi Xing, killing his way into the capital before the old dynasty's dragon luck had dissipated. Even if a new expert was stronger than the old dynasty's supreme king, he couldn't do anything about the dragon luck that had been accumulated for a long time. He could only take advantage of the fact that the old dynasty's forces were holed up in the capital to reclaim the world's forces and build a new dynasty with a new luck-gathering altar. In this way, the new dynasty would become the Orthodox dynasty and be able to gather the star continent's dragon luck, while the old dynasty's dragon luck would lose its source and gradually dissipate. A dynasty's dragon luck was difficult to gather and dissipate. In 100 years, the old dynasty's dragon luck would dissipate. At that time, the new dynasty's dragon luck would be able to invade the old dynasty's capital and wipe out the remaining forces. Within 100 years, if the old dynasty's royal family could produce an expert that could sweep the world, they could still save the dynasty's fate. If not, it would naturally be difficult to escape destruction after 100 years. If Yi Xing hadn't killed his way into Tianjing City, the Dark Star sect would have had to use a method that would take 100 years to completely destroy the Great Yuan dynasty. But now, Yi Xing was destroying everything in his path. With his absolute strength, he was going to end the life of a prosperous dynasty in one fell swoop. Under Meng Tai's control, the dragon luck in the luck-gathering altar exploded, turning into a green dragon that was a few hundred feet long. It coiled on the plaza and surrounded the altar. Meng Tai felt the dragon luck's power and felt extremely at ease. He laughed and said, "Traitor, you must have experienced many heaven-defying things to have your current strength. However, with the dragon luck that my Great Yuan has accumulated for 10,000 years, what can you do to me?" Chapter 836. Following Meng Tai's loud laughter, the 10,000 feet long azure dragon coiled around him raised its head high and opened its mouth to roar. The dragon's roar shook heaven and earth, and a terrifying dragon's might spread in all directions as if it had materialized. A burst of invisible power descended from the sky, and Yi Xing, who was over 50 kilometers away, was also forced down from the sky. If it were an ordinary king, they would probably be pressed to the ground by this dragon aura, unable to move at all. However, although Yi Xing had landed on the ground, the aura on his body was still very strong, especially the penetrative power of the arrow will, which had pierced through the formless pressure. Other than the fact that it was difficult for him to fly, Yi Xing was safe and sound. Yi Xing drew his bow again and shot out an arrow. The formations in front of him were all destroyed, and in the blink of an eye, there were no more obstacles between Yi Xing and the luck-gathering altar. Looking at Meng Tai, who was laughing loudly on the luck-gathering altar as if everything was under his control, Yi Xing also laughed. Meng Tai was furious and roared, "You're about to die, and you still dare to laugh." Yi Xing laughed and said, "I should be the one saying that to you. You want to stop me, Yi Xing, with just the draconic providence of a low-grade dynasty? Old man Meng Tai, if this is your greatest support, then you can die now." Meng Tai's expression changed. The Great Yuan dynasty's draconic providence was indeed his greatest support. As long as the draconic providence didn't disperse, unless a 6-star king attacked, no one would be able to resist the draconic providence. Even a peak 5-star king wouldn't be able to resist it. This was because there was a limit to a person's strength, but the draconic providence was endless. The Great Yuan dynasty's draconic providence was only at the peak of 5-star kings, but it could kill peak 5-star kings. If Yi Xing could destroy the Great Yuan dynasty's draconic providence, Meng Tai would no longer have the strength to resist Yi Xing, and he would definitely die. Therefore, he was shocked when he heard this. However, when he thought of the strength of the dynasty's draconic providence, the fear in Meng Tai's heart disappeared. Yi Xing's strength was indeed strong, but Meng Tai didn't believe that it could reach the level of a 6-star king. Meng Tai said coldly, "Just the draconic providence of a low-ranked dynasty? Humph. You're just a frog in a well who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. How can you understand the great power of the dynasty's dragon fate? The one who will die today is you." As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Tai controlled the 1,000-feet-long azure dragon and charged towards Yi Xing, who just as the azure dragon moved, a terrifying gust of wind blew towards Yi Xing. In the blink of an eye, the azure dragon stretched out its claw. A huge dragon claw the size of a small mountain tore through the void and reached for Yi Xing's head. Yi Xing's arrow intent was attached to his body. His figure moved and instantly changed positions. The azure dragon's claw missed and tore a hole with a diameter of 100 meters in the ground. "Your attack power is barely passable, but your speed is too slow. Why don't you try taking one of my arrows?" Yi Xing's voice rang out from over 100 miles away. While speaking, Yi Xing's third eye opened on his forehead as he used the Void Breaker God Eye. At the same time, a ray of starlight shot into the sky and turned into a huge starlight bow and arrow. It was the Sagittarius constellation. The Void Breaker God Eye's power could pierce through the void and nothing could block it. The luck-gathering altar, the 1,000-feet-long azure dragon, Meng Tai's body, and the circulation of the astral energy, everything could be seen at a glance under the Void Breaker God Eye. Yi Xing could see where the attack power was weak and where the defense was weak at a glance. He pulled the crimson flame bow and a black flame arrow quickly formed. The Sagittarius constellation's surging astral energy poured down, and the piercing aura increased by more than 10 times. At this moment, Yi Xing was more than 200 miles away from the luck-gathering altar. Meng Tai could control the power of draconic providence to attack from 100 miles away, but it would be difficult to attack from 200 miles away. The speed would be much slower, and he wouldn't be able to stop Yi Xing from forming the astral energy arrow. Moreover, as soon as the black flame arrow formed, the aura it gave off made Meng Tai's heart tremble. Looking at the Sagittarius constellation in the sky, Meng Tai once again thought of Si Qian's prophecy. He had the thought that the Daiyuan dynasty would be destroyed and his life would be over. As a 4-star king and one of the strongest kings since the establishment of the Daiyuan dynasty, Meng Tai really couldn't imagine that the Daiyuan dynasty would be destroyed by his own hands. Meng Tai's mind only relaxed for an instant before he steadied himself and recalled the dynasty's draconic providence. The 1,000-feet-long azure dragon instantly flew back and surrounded the luck-gathering altar, forming an impenetrable defense. Under full defense, even if Yixing's arrow had the power of a 6-star king, it wouldn't be easy for it to break through the draconic providence. In Meng Tai's opinion, Yixing might be able to unleash the power of a 6-star king for an instant, but he definitely wouldn't be able to maintain it for long. Therefore, as long as he could block this arrow, there might still be hope for this battle. Unfortunately, he had only calculated the increase in power of the Sagittarius constellation relative to Yixing's, but he hadn't calculated that the third eye in the middle of Yixing's forehead wasn't an ordinary martial Dao heavenly eye, but a type of God eye that had already seen through everything. Old man Meng Tai, die! Yixing shouted. The black flame arrow instantly left the bowstring and shot out. This arrow contained the power of the 3 Dao intents of darkness, wind, and fire, as well as surging astral energy, the power of the Sagittarius constellation, and the Vermilion Bird constellation. The power it unleashed was definitely at the level of a 6-star king. Moreover, it wasn't something an ordinary 6-star king could compare to. Just the power of the arrow was already terrifying enough to break through the defense of the dynasty's draconic providence. However, the God-Eye Void Breaker had found the flaw, which made the arrow even more powerful. Whoosh! The black flame arrow was like a ray of light, drawing an arc in the void and hitting a certain part of the green dragon. This arrow easily shot into the green dragon's body. Moreover, the entire green dragon's body started to disintegrate, and the dynasty's draconic providence started to dissipate. Meng Tai's eyes were instantly filled with fear. At this moment, he was controlling the dynasty's draconic providence, so he could clearly feel every change in the dynasty's draconic providence. Meng Tai originally thought that with the dynasty's draconic providence, even if it suffered some losses, it would still be able to block Yixing's arrow. However, he never expected that Yixing's arrow would directly attack the foundation of the dynasty's draconic providence, causing the dynasty's draconic providence that the Daiyuan dynasty had accumulated for tens of thousands of years to collapse like a tower that had lost its foundation. As a result, the dynasty's draconic providence had completely lost its power, and the black flame arrow easily pierced through the green dragon's body. Meng Tai was still in shock when the black flame arrow shot into his chest, instantly piercing through and leaving a bowl-sized hole. An intense pain spread from his chest to the rest of his body. Although the wound caused by the arrow was only the size of a bowl, the moment it pierced through Meng Tai's body, the power of the arrow had already invaded his body and attacked every part of his body. No dash. Meng Tai lowered his head to look at the hole in his chest and let out a shrill cry. He could feel the life in his body rapidly depleting, and death was getting closer and closer to him. In just 2 breaths' time, Meng Tai fell to the ground and died. The life in his body was completely destroyed. Chapter 837. The Supreme King Meng Tai had died and the dynasty's dragon luck had collapsed. The Great Yuan dynasty had been destroyed. Its 10,000 years of foundation had been destroyed overnight. Yixing had slaughtered his way from the inner city of the imperial palace to the altar. He had destroyed the formations and fought against the kings. His momentum had attracted the attention of countless martial artists. The inner city army of the Great Yuan dynasty and many warriors of the Meng royal family had witnessed the battle between Yixing and Meng Tai from afar. Seeing Meng Tai die, everyone was shocked and in disbelief. In the history of the Star Continent, the highest cultivation level had been a 4-star king and the highest strength had been a 5-star king. However, the dynasty's dragon luck of the Great Yuan dynasty was able to resist the top 5-star kings. It could be said that in the Star Continent, as long as the dragon luck of the Great Yuan dynasty was not destroyed, the Great Yuan dynasty should be impregnable. However, the dynasty's draconic fate had been dispersed. The utmost king, Meng Tai, had died. Furthermore, the person who had accomplished all of this was Yi Xing alone. This result was simply too unbelievable. Thus, the Meng royal clan's cultivators were all dumbstruck. They were simply terrified. The Great Yuan dynasty has been destroyed. Run for your lives. In the backyard of the palace's main hall, a loud shout was heard. It was Si Kongyan's shout. In front of Si Kongyan was a teleportation formation. After the shout, the teleportation formation emitted a pure white light and Si Kongyan disappeared. Yi Xing looked towards the direction of the voice. His gaze penetrated the palace's main hall and saw the pure white light in the teleportation formation. Yi Xing had destroyed the dynasty's dragon luck and killed Meng Tai. This had already frightened the inner city army of the palace. Hearing Si Kongyan's shout, the warriors no longer restrained themselves and fled in all directions. The Great Yuan dynasty had been destroyed and Meng Tai was dead. These warriors no longer had a target to protect and no reason to persevere. Who would dare to face Yi Xing? Of course, they fled as fast as they could. The Meng royal clan's cultivators soon recovered from their stupefied state. Meng Tai was indeed dead. He was deader than dead. Right now, the most important thing was for them to survive. They also joined in the escape. With regards to the Great Yuan dynasty, Yi Xing hated Meng Tai the most. Meng Tai was already dead and the Great Yuan dynasty had fallen apart. He was not a bloodthirsty person and there was no need for him to start a massacre for no reason. Hence, he allowed the cultivators to escape. However, the Meng clan had ruled the Starry Continent for tens of thousands of years. It was unknown how many clans they had bullied and offended. In the past, as the ruler of the Great Yuan dynasty, no one dared to voice their anger. Now that the Great Yuan dynasty had been destroyed, the Meng clan had fallen from the throne. Their future days would probably not be easy. At the very least, the Great Yuan dynasty and the Dark Star sect had been fighting for more than 1,000 years. The Dark Star sect would not let go of the Meng family so easily. Yi Xing did not need to worry about these matters. The Great Yuan dynasty had ruled the Starry Continent for tens of thousands of years. They must have collected many treasures. Yi Xing had destroyed the Great Yuan dynasty. Naturally, he would not work for others. He had to take away the treasures collected by the Great Yuan dynasty. Yi Xing took Meng Tai's storage ring and activated his divine void-breaking eye. Very quickly, he searched through the entire inner palace. Most of the treasures in the Great Yuan dynasty were carried by Meng Tai. However, there were still some treasures hidden in the treasury. After Yi Xing found them, he took them all. Then, he used the teleportation array in Tianjing City to reach the East Divine Continent. By the time Yi Xing arrived at the Dark Star Island, the Dark Star sect had already received news from Tianjing City. The Dark Star sect naturally had spies in Tianjing City. Everyone in Tianjing City knew that such a huge matter had happened in the Great Yuan dynasty. Naturally, the news quickly reached the Dark Star Island. However, most of the martial artists only knew that the Supreme King Meng Tai had died and the Great Yuan dynasty had been destroyed. However, they did not know who had killed Meng Tai and who had destroyed the Great Yuan dynasty. This was the first news that the Dark Star sect received. Tianjing City had the imperial dragon fate of the Great Yuan dynasty. This was something that the Dark Star sect was extremely wary of. Although the Dark Star sect's strength had surpassed the Great Yuan dynasty, they did not attack Tianjing City. This was because they could not deal with the imperial dragon fate of the Great Yuan dynasty. Now, there was suddenly news that someone had broken into the inner palace, killed Meng Tai, and destroyed the Great Yuan dynasty. The upper echelons of the Dark Star sect felt like they were dreaming. They did not dare to believe that this was real. Who had the strength to kill Meng Tai, who controlled the imperial dragon fate of the Great Yuan dynasty? When the Dark Star sect received the news, they immediately called for a meeting of the upper echelons. They carefully confirmed the news and confirmed that they had not read it wrongly. The source of the news was also correct. It was indeed from the spies of the Dark Star sect in Tianjing City. After a long period of shock, the Black Biao King decided to go to Tianjing City to investigate. Now, although Zhuo Xinglong was the sect leader of the Dark Star sect in name, the Black Biao King was the true decision-maker of the Dark Star sect. This news was too shocking. The Black Biao King did not dare to believe it. He could only go to Tianjing City personally to investigate and see for himself. Zhuo Xinglong said, "Could it be that the spies in Tianjing City were exposed and have already betrayed us and joined the Great Yuan dynasty? They set up an inescapable net in Tianjing City and then deliberately tricked us into going to Tianjing City, walking right into the trap." The news was too shocking. Zhuo Xinglong could not believe that Meng Tai had died just like that. The Great Yuan dynasty had been destroyed just like that. Hence, he started to think about other things. Many elders had the same concerns. The Black Biao King said, "The most terrifying thing about Tianjing City is the imperial dragon fate of the Great Yuan dynasty. As long as we do not attack the inner palace, Meng Tai will not be able to stop us. Lady Qingxian and I will go and investigate. We will definitely be able to come and go as we please. There's no need to go. The news is true." A pleasant voice came from outside the Dark Star Hall. Following which, Wei Qingxian walked in. Her face was filled with excitement and joy. There was another person beside Wei Qingxian. The gazes of the kings of the Dark Star sect landed on this person. Their faces were filled with shock. It was as if they had seen a ghost. "Brother Yixing." The first to react was the Black Biao King. He rushed in front of Yixing and said excitedly, "You're still alive?" "As expected." "You're still alive." "Ha! You're still alive." His first sentence was filled with shock. Following which, it turned into great joy. The person who came in with Wei Qingxian was naturally Yixing. When Yixing arrived at the Dark Star Island, the first thing he saw was Wei Qingxian. Although Wei Qingxian had always believed that Yixing was still alive and had some guesses in her heart, she was still extremely excited when she saw Yixing. Yixing explained to Wei Qingxian that he was the one who had shot the arrow that day. He also told her about what he had done recently. However, before he could tell her in detail what had happened in the past 2 years, Yixing knew through his god's void-breaking eye that the upper echelons of the Dark Star sect had doubts about what had happened in Tianjing City. Hence, he came to the Dark Star Hall with Wei Qingxian. Although Yixing was already filled with joy after reuniting with Wei Qingxian after such a long time, seeing the Black Biao King again made him extremely excited. Yixing looked at the Black Biao King and nodded with a smile. "Of course I'm not dead. I'm living well. Furthermore, I've already killed Meng Tai. I've also destroyed the Great Yuan dynasty's dragon fate. The Great Yuan dynasty no longer exists." The Black Biao King was stunned. In the Dark Star Hall, all the kings of the Dark Star sect were stunned. Chapter 838. Previously, the kings didn't dare to believe the news of Meng Tai's death and the Great Yuan dynasty's destruction. Now, not only did Yixing confirm this news, but he also said that he had killed Meng Tai. This news shocked the kings even more. It could be said that they had watched Yixing grow up. Although Yixing's growth was very fast, he had only been a 7-star supremacy 2 years ago. No matter how fast he grew, it was impossible for him to reach such a level in just 2 years, right? Moreover, 2 years ago, Yixing had been hunted down by Meng Tai, and his whereabouts were unknown. Meng Tai had announced to the world that Yixing was dead. Now, just the appearance of Yixing was enough to make people feel like the dead had come back to life. This was shocking enough. Even the kings present couldn't help but be dumbfounded. The first to react was the Black Tiger King. His eyes were filled with shock, but more than that, he was pleasantly surprised. The Black Tiger King slapped Yixing's shoulder and laughed. "Good, haha, I knew it. You're the demon star of chaos. These 2 years, I didn't believe you were dead either. Huh, as expected, not only did you not die, you even killed Meng Tai and destroyed the Great Yuan dynasty. You are indeed the Great Yuan dynasty's demon star of chaos, haha. Since Yi Xing had said it himself, it naturally couldn't be false. The Black Tiger King no longer doubted the news from Tianjing City. Star Dragon King, Xiaomu King, and the other kings also recovered from their shock. Their gazes towards Yi Xing changed greatly. In their hearts, Yi Xing's image had always been that of a junior. At best, he was a very talented junior with a lot of potential. However, in just 2 years, Yi Xing had already killed his way into the Great Yuan dynasty's palace alone, destroyed the Great Yuan dynasty's dragon fate, and killed the Great Yuan dynasty's supreme king, Meng Tai. Such an expert could be said to be peerless in the Star Continent. Wei Qingxian alone was enough to shock them. Now, there was Yi Xing, who was even more heaven-defying. In the eyes of the kings, they could no longer associate Yi Xing with the junior of the past. Instead, he had become a peerless expert that even they had to look up to. Star Dragon King, Xiaomu King, and the other kings walked toward Yi Xing. They cupped their fists at Yi Xing and nodded slightly. Star Dragon King said, "The De Yuan dynasty is our sect's archenemy. King Yi Xing killed Meng Tai and destroyed the De Yuan dynasty. Our sect is grateful to you." Although Yi Xing had stayed in the Dark Star Church for a period of time, he was not an official disciple of the Dark Star Church. He had only been nurtured by the Dark Star Church because of the Black Biao King. Now, Star Dragon King could no longer treat Yi Xing as a genius of the Dark Star sect, but as a respected expert. They did not have a good relationship with Yi Xing like the Black Biao King. Naturally, they did not dare to be too casual in front of Yi Xing. Yi Xing nodded at the kings and said, "Star Dragon King, you don't have to be so polite. I have received many benefits from the Dark Star Church. It is my duty to contribute to the Dark Star Church. Now that Meng Tai is dead and the De Yuan dynasty no longer exists, there are still many survivors. They are still powerful." Star Dragon King said, "Not to mention how many cultivators have died in the hands of the De Yuan dynasty since the founding of the Dark Star Church. Just in the past few hundred years, a large number of experts and geniuses of the younger generation have been killed by the De Yuan dynasty's cultivators. We must avenge them. Those who have been stained with the blood of our Dark Star Church's cultivators must not be spared." Black Biao King nodded and said, "That's right. Those people were once under the protection of the De Yuan dynasty. Now that the De Yuan dynasty has been destroyed, it is time to settle the score with them. There is no time to lose. Let's set out immediately to eliminate the survivors." The kings of the Dark Star Church nodded in unison. They all had their own enemies in the De Yuan dynasty. Of course, it was not just Meng Tai alone. When the De Yuan dynasty was at its peak, they could not do anything to it. Now that the De Yuan dynasty had collapsed, they naturally had to settle the score. Yi Xing said, "The space in the Sea of Dark Prison is becoming more and more unstable. Once something happens, the Death Spirit King might invade. The human race is in danger. Everyone, please take your revenge. However, do not kill the innocent. Kill all of them and try to preserve the human race's strength." The Death Spirit King's invasion was too terrifying. The kings were stunned. Black Biao King said, "Are you serious?" Yi Xing nodded and said, "The Death Spirit King's soul that escaped that day has already been killed by me." Before he died, he said that it would not be long before the Sea of Dark Prison's spatial crack would be big enough for the Death Spirit King to pass through. Although he was trying to scare me, it might not be all empty words. Therefore, it is better to be prepared as soon as possible. Black Biao King said, "If that is the case, the Star Continent will face a great calamity. Let's do as Brother Yi Xing said. Those who have the blood of the Dark Star Church on their hands, kill them all. As for the others, spare them if possible." Yi Xing said, "That's good. Brother Black Biao, you decide what to do. I will not participate in these matters. I have to prepare for the dangers that we may face in the future." Black Biao King led the kings of the Dark Star Church and left the Dark Star Island for the Middle Sky continent to deal with the De Yuan dynasty. With Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian on the Dark Star Island, their safety was not an issue. It could be said that the kings of the Dark Star Church were all out. After the Black Biao King and the others left, Yi Xing told Wei Qingxian about his experiences in the past 2 years in detail. After learning that Yi Xing went to the Starry Crescent land first, then to the Dark Star continent and became a disciple of the Dark Star Temple, Wei Qingxian was shocked. Yi Xing was not even a king, but he had traveled to several Starry Crescent lands. This experience was indeed amazing. Wei Qingxian said, "One who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune. Yi Xing has experienced so many dangers, but he still managed to escape death. He has encountered such a great opportunity. In the future, we will go to the Starry Crescent land first, then to the Dark Star continent. As a high-level continent, the Dark Star continent may have a passage to the Samsara Palace." Yi Xing nodded and said, "With our current strength, it is more than enough to go to the Starry Crescent land. However, we cannot ignore the threat of the King of Death Spirit. If the King of Death Spirit invades the Star continent and we are not there, the warriors on the Star continent will be killed. We have to solve this problem first, then go to the Starry Crescent land." Wei Qingxian thought for a while and said, "I don't know how long we have to wait for the King of Death Spirit to invade. What if we wait for 8 or 10 years and nothing happens?" Yi Xing smiled and said, "Of course, I won't just wait like a fool. In these years, I will try my best to improve my cultivation and increase my strength as soon as possible. However, the most important thing is to study formations. In the Heavenly Bao continent, among the treasures I obtained, there are ancient books on formations. I even have quasi-god level 6 ancient books on formations. My talent in formations is even better than my talent in martial arts. If the King of Death Spirits doesn't invade in 8 or 10 years, I'm afraid I will have become a level 5 array grandmaster. I only need to leave some formations to protect the human tribe on the Star Land." Chapter 839. Yi Xing stayed at the Dark Star Island for a few days before returning to the Falling Star sect to meet with Hua Tianfeng, Lin Tongyu, Gu Tianshang, and the others. In the Heavenly Bao Hall, Yi Xing obtained a large number of treasures. Among them, there were treasures that could prolong one's life and heal injuries to one's life force. Chu Jingyue's injuries were completely healed, allowing her to regain her youth and increase her lifespan. After that, Yi Xing went to the old site of the Falling Star sect. The tortoise said that only when Yi Xing became a king and passed the king level trial could he obtain all the treasures left behind by Emperor Xinghan. With Yi Xing's harvest in the Heavenly Bao continent, he was not very interested in the treasures in the Star Hall. Only the Star Hall itself was attractive to Yi Xing. Although the Star Hall was just a replica, it was not an ordinary divine artifact. If Yi Xing could use it, he would be able to exert a terrifying power that was far beyond his strength. Through the Star Token, Yi Xing entered the Star Hall. Yi Xing had absorbed Luo Qinggong's true god blood essence and became a king. He had built an extreme-grade imperial body. He had comprehended the true meaning of Tao from 3 great Taos of heaven and earth. His ability to challenge those of a higher level was even better than when he was in the honorable realm. Of course, passing the king level trial was not difficult. Whether it was the energy form of Yi Xing or the energy form of 1 to 3 levels higher than Yi Xing, they were all defeated by Yi Xing effortlessly. He easily completed the king level trial. "Very good, very good." The tortoise praised again and again. His eyes were filled with amazement. "I didn't expect you to become a king so quickly and have such powerful strength. Compared to Master, your talent and potential are much higher." In the end, Xinghan Great Emperor only managed to cultivate to the level of a 9-star king and failed to become a quasi-god. As for Yi Xing, he was now a 5-star blue fate. In terms of talent, Yi Xing was naturally much higher than Xinghan Great Emperor. Moreover, in terms of strength, Yi Xing who was in the same realm far surpassed Great Emperor Xinghan. Emperor Xinghan relied on the Stellar Hall replica to reach the level of a one-nirvana quasi-god. He himself did not have the strength to challenge those of a higher level. Yi Xing was only a one-star king, but he had the strength of a six-star king. The two of them were naturally not on the same level. The tortoise continued, Yi Xing, you have completed all the tests left behind by the master. From today onwards, you are the new master of the Star Hall. By refining the Star Hall, you can obtain everything left behind by the previous master. Yi Xing was overjoyed and asked, how do I refine it? The tortoise said, Master, please follow me. The Stellar Hall still has a fifth level. Once you refine the heart of the fifth level, you will be able to control the Stellar Hall. Yi Xing was slightly surprised. Only then did he realize that the master that the pimp was talking about was him. And the fact that there was a fifth floor of the Stellar Hall made Yi Xing even more surprised. Soon, Yi Xing followed Mr. Tortoise to the fifth floor. What entered his eyes was a vast and boundless land of flames. With Yi Xing's normal eyesight, he could see thousands of miles just by looking. But even so, he still couldn't see the edge of this land of flames. The first 4 levels of the Stellar Hall were just small spaces. The fact that the 5th level had such a huge land of flames really exceeded Yi Xing's expectations. Seeing this, Mr. Tortoise explained, Master, the space of the 5th level is hundreds of thousands of miles long and wide. However, there is no sun, moon, or stars. There is no alternating day and night. There is no normal air, only endless flames. It is not suitable for life to grow, so it is very barren. This place was indeed very barren. Although there were mountains, valleys, plains, and various other terrains, without exception, they were all burning with flames. However, even if it was just a barren world, such a large piece of land was located in the Stellar Hall. This made Yi Xing feel shocked. It was impossible for the Stellar Hall to be more than hundreds of thousands of miles wide and hundreds of thousands of miles tall because it was impossible to have so many materials. However, to be able to contain such a large piece of land, it definitely involved the Tao of space. Mr. Tortoise flew forward and said, The world core is located in the center of the 5th level. Master, please follow me. Yi Xing followed behind Mr. Tortoise. In the center of his forehead, he opened his third eye and used the Divine Voidbreaker Eye. The Divine Voidbreaker Eye's gaze pierced through the void. Before long, Yi Xing had roughly seen this piece of land. Mr. Tortoise was right. This piece of land was indeed hundreds of thousands of miles wide. In the center, there was a red stone that contained a special energy that controlled everything in all directions. It was the world core. Not long after, Mr. Tortoise and Yi Xing arrived next to the world core. Yi Xing dripped a drop of blood into the world core. His spiritual power pierced into it and quickly refined the world core. In an instant, an indescribable feeling arose in Yi Xing's heart. The shape of the entire Stellar Hall appeared in his mind. Yi Xing was very clear about the treasures inside. The Stellar Hall was like Yi Xing's hands and feet that he could control at will. There were a large number of treasures inside the Stellar Hall, ranging from low-grade spirit grade to top-grade spirit grade, low-grade profound grade to top-grade profound grade. However, the lower the grade, the more treasures there were. The higher the grade, the fewer treasures there were. Although the disciples of the Dark Star Hall had obtained many treasures in the past 700 years, it was probably less than 1/10 of the total treasures inside the Stellar Hall. Especially the profound grade treasures. Other than Yi Xing, no one had obtained them. Mr. Tortoise waved his hand, and a medicine bottle flew out from the treasure space and appeared in front of Yi Xing. Yi Xing knew that this was a medicine bottle from the top-grade profound grade treasure area. He reached out and caught it, saying, This is a top-grade profound grade pill, extreme body pill. What are its effects? Mr. Tortoise said, It strengthens the body and also has the effect of increasing one's cultivation. Yi Xing nodded. Before, when he passed the martial saint, Taoist, and venerable level trials, the rewards he obtained were all pills that strengthened the body and increased one's cultivation. Yi Xing opened the bottle cap, swallowed the extreme body pill, and began to refine it. The strength of an imperial body was measured by the vitality, not the strength of the body. A top-grade imperial body was an immortal body, not an indestructible body. A top-grade imperial body's immortal body was not really immortal, but after being injured, it could be healed through a powerful vitality. Every time it was healed, it would consume vitality. Once the vitality was exhausted, it would still die. Therefore, even if it was a top-grade imperial body, one could not ignore the strength of the body. The higher the strength of the body, the less damage one would receive, and the less vitality one would need to recover from injuries. Then, a top-grade imperial body would be able to last longer in battle. Otherwise, if one's body was too weak, one's body would be destroyed by a single blow. Without reaching the realm of blood rebirth, even if one had an immortal body, they would still die instantly. A top-grade imperial body's absorption of physical energy was extremely fast. In just half an hour, the medicinal efficacy of the extreme body pill was completely absorbed by Yixing, and the strength of his body skyrocketed. Yixing could feel that just by relying on the strength of his body, he was probably comparable to a 5-star king. Moreover, Yixing's Star Dipper had been greatly strengthened, and his cultivation had taken another step forward, becoming a 2-star king. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.